And Amy Coney Barrett are testifying on Capitol Hill. They're asking Congress for more money for Supreme Court security. Justice Barrett said his threats got more intense around the time of the leak in the Dobbs decision.
My security detail sent me home with a bulletproof vest, and I carried it into my house, put it into my bedroom, dropped it down on a table, turned around, and my 12-year-old son was standing in the doorway of my bedroom, and he wanted to know what it was and why I had it, and I didn't know how to respond.
ICE agents have been ordered to temporarily stop conducting vehicle stops after 2 deadly shootings in the last week. Multiple sources tell ABC News this is temporary to allow for new training and that officers will still conduct vehicle stops involving the most violent people. President Trump dropped his demand that countries reimburse the U.S. for protecting cargo going through the Strait of Hormuz, saying countries would instead make trade and investment deals with the U.S. This is ABC News. The number of cyclosporiasis cases in Michigan has surpassed 2,600. Health officials say lettuce or salad greens could be the source. The intestinal illness that's caused by a parasite is difficult to trace, and ABC medical correspondent Dr. Darian Sutton explains why.
When you look at the evidence, one factor is that this is likely being shipped from an area that's endemic with this parasite. The warmer temperatures allow it to survive on that transport, and that lands on our dinner tables. Right now, Michigan, their numbers are 50 times their annual typical rate. The incubation period for this infection is about 2 weeks. Remembering what you had for dinner or breakfast or even lunch the day before is difficult, let alone the week before.
Chipotle is expanding to a new but familiar destination. The Mexican food chain is opening its first location in Mexico, saying it's doing so with deep respect for Mexico's culinary heritage. Its first location will be in Monterrey, near the Texas border, a Mexico City restaurant scheduled to open next year. I'm Brian Clark, ABC News.
We have more information on a fuel leak under investigation in Seattle's Elliott Bay. But first, let's get a check on the roads. This traffic report is brought to you by the Seattle Mariners. It is a struggle from the north end this morning, about an hour and 40-minute trips from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. That's about a 20 to 30-minute delay. The I-5 express lanes are no longer open thanks to Revive I-5. Northbound I-5 is better, though, from Olympia through Tacoma and Federal Way. About 35 minutes from South Center, 55 from Federal Way, and 45 minutes Puyallup to Renton. Don't miss Firework Nights all summer, presented by T-Mobile. Next up is the 2000s Decade Show, July 17th. Get your tickets at mariners.com/fireworks.
KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. A fuel leak is under investigation in Seattle's Elliott Bay. KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey reports state officials are working to clean up thousands of gallons of diesel after a hose failure at Harbor Island.
The Washington State Department of Ecology says between 2,500 and 5,000 gallons of diesel spilled yesterday at Vigor shipyards while crews were removing fuel from the USS Sampson. The Navy-guided missile destroyer was surrounded by a containment boom when that fuel hose failed. For perspective, 5,000 gallons is about 1/3 of your backyard swimming pool, or enough to fill your bathtub more than 300 times. The USS Sampson is home-ported in Everett. The Coast Guard, Navy, and other agencies are assisting with the cleanup. Luke Ducey, KIRO News Radio.
We may get a clearer picture into whether a fatal 2019 shooting involving Seattle police and a man in crisis wielding a knife was justified. KIRO 7 TV's Eric Thomas has more on day one of the inquest into the death of Ryan Smith.
Open the door! Body cam footage of the incident shows Smith raising a knife and taking a step towards officers before they opened fire. Despite the Seattle Office of Police Accountability calling the deadly force legal and proper, right after the incident, Rose Johnson, Smith's mother, mentioned her son had a history of depression and substance abuse, and that authorities could have done a better job de-escalating the situation. Smith's toxicology report tested positive for both ethanol and THC.
A man accused of trying to kidnap a baby at Pike Place Market last week will not face felony charges. The King County Prosecuting Attorney's Office says detectives determined the case did not meet felony filing standards and are now referring it to the Seattle City Attorney's Office for possible misdemeanor charges. At last check, the suspect was being held on $100,000 bail. It wasn't Team USA versus Belgium, but it was an all-American showdown in the San Juan Islands. Deer Harbor Marina shared video of a great bull heron squaring off against a bald eagle on the waterfront last Monday. The Marina joked the score was Heron 1, Eagles 0 after the Heron appeared to win the battle for the best perch. No referees were needed, just plenty of feathers. Now for your KIRO News Radio weather, it's mostly sunny and warm today with some haze, sunshine again tomorrow with a chance late in the mountains for showers and thunderstorms. We could all see a few showers, though, on Thursday. Right now, it's about 64 in downtown Seattle. I'm Katrina Gashard, KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with the KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
This is the Gee and Ursula Show with G. Scott and Ursula Reutin.
Yep, I'm back. Good morning, everybody. Good to be back with you. Appreciate all of you hanging out with the Gee and Ursula Show. Good morning to you, Ursula.
Good morning. Welcome back.
Yeah, it feels good. Be back in my routine. I'm a routine person.
So I saw a post, and then you shared some stuff with us on text message. And coming up at 9:30, we're going to have story time because you went to your family reunion.
Sure did.
And you told me what you learned about your family's history was life-changing.
Yes, life-changing.
So we like to share our lives with our listeners. So we're going to have story time coming up at 9:30, and I really look forward to that.
And if folks, that's where I was at a family reunion. That's why I was gone. So,
yes.
Yeah. Can't wait to talk about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Muckleshoot Casino and Resort text line is 888-973-5476, 888-973 KIRO.
Let's get to it. Ursula's top stories of the day brought to you by Pendergast Law.
You might not know this, but Washington offers some of the most generous college financial aid in the country, but thousands of students never get it because they don't fill out the FAFSA. Governor Bob Ferguson says only 52% of seniors complete the federal financial aid form. And speaking at Highline College yesterday, he said he wants to make the FAFSA part of the high school graduation process.
So we know that if it's required, the results are there. And the results are there, as you're going to hear from the other speakers, good things happen because young people have greater opportunities to pursue their passion.
And to be clear, students would not actually be forced to apply for financial aid. They could opt out, but every senior would have to either complete the application or formally decline. And that would basically force schools to have that conversation with every family. And the Seattle Times reports that districts that are already doing this are seeing much higher participation. For example, Federal Way has a completion rate of about 67%. College Place is at 74%. And the governor says the goal is to help more Washington students earn degrees or certificates or workforce credentials. Right now, only about 40% do, and business leaders say the state needs that number closer to 70% to meet its workforce needs.
I love this so much. I actually had a discussion with the executive of Pierce County, Ryan Mello. This was about a month ago, and we were talking about one of the concerns that he has with Pierce County is there are a lot of services and things that they have that a lot of people in Pierce County don't know about. Mm-hmm. So they're working on things to know what you can apply for, and these services are here in Pierce County. My corny analogy would be a restaurant. Imagine walking into a restaurant and you're really hungry and you want to eat, and you look at the menu and you're like, I don't have enough money for it, and you walk out. But what you didn't know is that there was a plate in the back with your name on it. It was hot and ready to go, but you didn't know that that plate existed for you. Ursula, when you start talking about 52% of high school seniors having this filled out, that means another 48% of people have no idea. And of that 48%, what percent of them would have done something had they known? Mm-hmm. I love this. And by the way,
and we talk about how expensive college is, if it's college, but this is not just for college. I mean, it could be for money used for other educational opportunities.
Like tech?
Yes,
so
exactly.
I listen to what, Ursula, look at what we've been talking about. Last week before I left, we had Chris Rakedow on, and he was talking about post-secondary, post-education, the 3 E's he put into that. Mm-hmm. And now this, love everything about it.
So they still need to be passed by lawmakers in Olympia, and I agree with you. I love this idea, and to have these two proposals basically, come one after the other, I think is great. And I think for lawmakers in Olympia, it should be a no-brainer, and I hope that is quickly passed.
Well, one quick note: the only opposition I can possibly see to this is the FAFSA form is relatively complex. It's an additional hurdle, and for students who are doing great in school but they have neglectful parents, gathering things like bank account information, info on Social Security payments, or federal tax returns, like that could be hard for some students to gather.
Yeah, but
it would be. But again, for some students, they don't even know it exists.
Yes.
And yes, it would force that conversation. They would have to either do it or choose to opt out.
I have to admit something to you, since he just brought up the application. You want to know who is the worst when it comes to like some form of application or forms have to be filled? Me!
Yeah.
I'm the worst.
Yeah.
If it requires forms need to be filled out, as soon as you call it something else. If you say forms, I'm out. Call it some piece of paper. You need to do something simple, because you need to fool me. Ursula, once I see forms,
yes.
Man,
well, that require additional information. So it's going to take some work.
Yes.
But again, at least you know that it is potentially available. A lot of people make assumptions too and say, there's no way we're going to qualify, et cetera, et cetera. And maybe you don't, but maybe you do. So again, I love this idea because with the workplace changing so quickly, students need every opportunity to get additional education or training that is required to succeed. Okay, did one of Washington's biggest pharmacy chains help fuel the opioid epidemic, or was it simply filling out prescriptions that were written by doctors? That is actually the question at the center of a major trial that opened yesterday in Seattle against Albertsons. So according to the Seattle Times, the state says Albertsons pharmacies dispense more than 640 million opioid pills in Washington between 2006 and 2022, including millions of prescriptions that raised possible red flags. And there was one stunning example that was brought up. Prosecutors say a Kent pharmacy dispensed more than 5,000 opioid pills to one customer in a month. Mm. And a state attorney told the judge the store was being treated like a vending machine. But Albertson says pharmacies did not create the demand, and they were simply following doctors' orders and the medical standards at the time. And so this is a trial that could last until September, and I'm curious what your thoughts are.
Everybody wants a villain in the opioid story, right? This is where I'm going to actually side with Albertsons on this. Not to say that they shouldn't have done a better job. It's no different. They were kind of the last line of defense. Not to say that maybe the spouse as a spouse, you probably knew that your significant other should not be taking all these pills. But back then, if we go years ago, it was approved. It was considered safe. You listened to your doctor if your doctor subscribed it. I'm not making excuses. But I'll just say something that you said this morning, Ursula, that really stuck with me as I was reading all of this. And what you said is today we have better awareness centered around this topic. And I think that's collectively. I think that's health professionals, non-health professionals, just in general. We actually know better today than we did years ago. And
I would say that is in large part because of lawsuits. This is not the first lawsuit. Mm-hmm. And it forces all parties who are involved to address the issue. And I do think Albertsons played a role. Not just Albertsons, but any pharmacy that you can prove where the pharmacists were seeing obvious red flags and still filling prescriptions. Mm-hmm. I think that would be harder to do today. But when you're talking about one person getting 5,000 pills in a month, that should have been sending off alarm bells everywhere. And the fact that Albertsons has actually settled similar lawsuits in other states tells you that this is not just an isolated accusation. But I want to just say again, Albertsons not solely responsible. The doctors who wrote the prescriptions, the drug companies that were aggressively and continue to aggressively market medications, and regulators being slow to respond. I mean, it's a whole cycle.
I'm going to keep it all the way simple. If you're listening right now, do you know of a family member or friend of yours or maybe a neighbor that has gone to prison for selling drugs? It's a simple question. If you know of someone in your life, like, this person, they went to prison for a couple years or 5 years or 10 years. Now, let me ask another question. We talk about the opioid epidemic so much. We talk about all of these companies. We talk about the lawsuits. Now, tell me who went to prison. Some of these doctors, a lot of these doctors did not go to prison. My point is,
and the pharmaceutical company bosses.
That's what I'm saying. Like nobody. So if we're talking about, it's always people trying to go get money. No, lock them up like you were supposed to back then. And yes, Albertsons, okay, they were the last line of defense. But that doctor that's, like you said, handing out 5,000 pills to this one person, that doctor should be in prison.
Yeah. Agree. I mean, so all of these players need to have some kind of responsibility.
Yeah. And now it's the reverse now. Now, like Chef said this morning, there are people right now that are just simply trying to legitimately get their medication, and they are making it so hard on them.
And that is a concern as well.
Yep.
So it's like the pendulum keeps swinging from one extreme to the other. I mean, we should prevent abuse without making it very
without treating
impossible.
Patients like drug addicts who have legitimate needs.
Exactly. If you have a legitimate need, but 5,000 pills in a month needs to be a concern.
Yeah, for sure.
Or if you can tell that patients are getting prescriptions from different doctors and they're doctor shopping, that should set off alarm bells. Or if they're getting unusually large quantities or very frequent refills, I mean, are they selling these? I mean, pharmacists know. Like right now, for other medications that I have to get, I mean, sometimes I have to beg if I'm down to my last 2 pills. It's like, hey, can you, and suddenly the pharmacy doesn't have it available. Like I'll have to ask for a emergency dosage. Yeah. And it's not even an opioid.
I think a lot of us, too, right now, I was having this discussion over the weekend with a family member. We know better. Like, we know, like, hey, no, doc, you know what? I know you want to prescribe me Percocets or Oxy or whatever. Nah, I'm just going to go with some ibuprofen. I'm going to deal with the little pain because of what we have learned what these pain pills can do to people.
Yes, and I think that has come about because of the lawsuits. And I shared that my son just had the surgery last week, and he flat out, and I had to tell him, okay, Stephen, you're going to be okay if you take it for 1 or 2 days. You don't want to be chasing the pain.
Yeah.
But he was concerned. He said, our family has a history of substance abuse, and I know that it's a possibility for me, so I'll just take the non-prescription.
Good on him.
I know, but again, it's like, it's great. And it worked out for him, but that doesn't work out for everybody. I recognize that.
Joel in Marysville just texted in and said, my father died addicted. He had about 5 different doctors and around the same in pharmacies to fill his prescriptions.
There you go. That's tragic.
Yeah,
exactly. So everyone plays a role.
Yep.
There is now a renewed push in Olympia to crack down on copper wire thieves after that theft that we talked about that left the West Seattle Bridge in the dark. Now, King County Prosecutor Lisa Mannion is urging lawmakers to revive a bill that would make it harder for thieves to cash in on stolen copper. And this proposal would require scrap metal recyclers to take pictures of wire that is brought in for sale, and then upload those images to a law enforcement database and hold the wire for 10 days before paying out the money. And of course, that would give police time to identify and recover stolen material. In the last session, though, which was only 60 days, the legislature took no action on the bill. And Mannion tells KOMO 4 News it needs to be a priority in this next session.
Really, we have to tamp down on the demand side of things. If the legislature takes action and enacts this bill, the number of copper wire thefts in our community will plummet.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, supporters say this is the same strategy Washington used to reduce catalytic converter thefts. You need to make it much harder to profit from stolen goods.
Well, the story, I don't know if you're going to get to it today, but the Redmond Spa investigation and this story is actually the same thing that needs to happen. You need to dry up the demand. And we ran the play. We ran the play with catalytic converters, did we not? And what happened to that? Boom. In Ursula's top stories, very rarely are you talking about that because they dried up the buyer. You dry up the buyer in this situation. Turn the faucet out. By the way, they are like a faucet that's running. They're buying, paying cash, doing all this thing. You turn the faucet off, you stop the flooding. Period. So the next time, like Lisa Mannion says, this runs through, do something about it. By the way, man, how come common sense just don't just flow through this? How come that just can't happen? Look, like you said, Ursula, you want to go?
This is low-hanging fruit.
You want to buy some, you want to go ahead and purchase some copper? Cool. Take a picture of G coming in there trying to sell you some copper. Take his picture, and that way, police has about 10 plus days to be able to take some action.
Yeah.
It ain't rocket science. You ran to play
It's
with
not
catalytic converters.
rocket science, but they can get it for cheap and then sell it for a lot more.
Yeah.
So they, I mean, you know that the scrap metal recyclers know that this is likely stolen. Like, where is this dude on the West Seattle Bridge who claimed that he was a City Light employee? Yeah. Where did he get that? And so he gets $1,000 for it, but now the repair is going to be $100,000.
Like Facebook Marketplace.
Right?
Yeah,
so you need to
that one.
You need to dry up. I mean, and aren't we guilty? I mean,
yes.
Okay, let's talk about scrap metal recyclers in this case. But when you're buying something from Facebook Marketplace and you know that dang thing is stolen.
I mean, you don't know all the time, but if that thing come fresh, brand new in a box, and it still got the white straps on it. You know, on the box, if it still got them things on it. So you mean to tell me you bought this, you brought it, you didn't want it, you didn't want to take it back to the store, so you want to take it to Facebook Marketplace? I should have known better.
I didn't have a gift receipt.
Man.
Sorry.
I mean, if it got the white straps on it, man. Good Lord.
Okay, but let's ask. Let's have truth serum moment right now.
What?
If it's something that you've wanted, let's say it is a bicycle that you have wanted.
Yeah.
And you know to get it in a legitimate store, it's going to cost you 4 times more than what you're seeing on Facebook Marketplace.
Yeah.
Are you getting it?
Today, no. Today, I'm not.
Yeah.
The other day, when I was thinking, you know what I'm saying? Oh, man, my buddy was like, man, got this deal. I'm like, okay, cool. I even told Lillian about it. I'm like, hey, man, you know, let's get this. And, man, I got it.
Some stolen goods.
I don't know if it was, but it's just with the presentation. When I saw the white straps on it, you know what I mean? It just made it a little different. So, your boy is sketched out now on Facebook Marketplace. Not saying that some of you all don't sell legit. Some of you legit, no doubt.
But when you know it's more than likely stolen, are you going to still buy it? This is a question I'm posing to all of you listening right now.
Plausible deniability is a hell of a drug.
Right?
I used to be in the barbershops, Ursula. You know, I'm not going to sit here. They used to come in there with the meat. You know what I'm saying? With the steaks.
Go into the barbershop with meat?
What you mean? Have y'all know? If you know, you know. Barbershops. Some of the black barbershops, you go in there, they come in there and bring some socks, some drawers, and everything like that. You know. Matter of fact,
it's like, you mean random items? You're like, none of this goes together.
Unfortunately, the song of the summer, which unfortunately is from Young Miami, and I'm so mad about it, is Spin That. And I don't want to go into the lyrics of that, but the fact that Spin That is the song of the summer really makes my skin crawl.
Yeah. Okay. When you know better, you do better. 888-973-5476. Text us. What do you do in that situation?
All right. Hey, 947, it will be Would You Rather. I don't know why I didn't say that word right, but I tried. I really did try. Would you rather? Coming up next, over the weekend, I had a family reunion. And I found out one specific thing that I had no idea my entire life. Share it next. Gee and Ursula.
KIRO Newsradio, where you turn for the news you depend on.
A political shakeup for Democrats that represent Seattle.
Traffic.
Right now, Auburn to Renton at 25 minutes. That's a good 10-minute delay.
Conversation.
3 people on the floor can't cover 20 aisles of plexiglass. They're doing their best. It just doesn't work.
And your Super Bowl champion Seahawks.
And the party begins.
Broadcasting live from the KIRO Newsradio YouTube channel. KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-381-4183, 800-381-4183, or biglou.com.
Jason Rance here. If your water heater is getting older, leaking, or running out of hot water, CM Heating has an affordable solution. Get a new gas or electric water heater installed starting at just $44.99 a month. With CM Heating's Comfort as a Service program, you'll get lifetime repairs and maintenance at no extra charge. Parts and labor covered for life. Plus, same-day installation is available in many cases. Schedule your free estimate today at cmheating.com.
License number CMHEAHL 750LP.
Did you know that 4,000 women are diagnosed with breast cancer every year in Washington state? I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda with Northwest Hope and Healing. We provide financial support for breast and gynecologic cancer patients in our community. Join us at Life in Color, a summer brunch, auction, and fashion show on August 23rd at the Somme Hotel in Woodinville for an unforgettable afternoon of inspiration. Get your tickets now for Life in Color on August 23rd at nwhopeandhealing.org. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
Jane is a small business owner.
That's right.
And tell them what that's like, Jane.
Yeah, well, it's like a roller coaster with a lot of ups and downs, and some days things can feel like they're flying off the rails.
Yep, it's a lot. But the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business can help you manage it all. With the largest, fastest fiber-powered network designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect. Plus gig speeds with security and equipment included. All with a 5-year price lock.
Nice. So everything stays on track.
Exactly. The Total Solutions Advantage. Get started for just $60 a month for 12 months when you add wireless connect to a qualifying internet package. No one does business like Comcast Business.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and automatic payments with bank account required. $60 offer requires 300 meg internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Guys, your testosterone level impacts your energy, drive, weight, hair loss, and even ED. Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your T level for free. For your free T level check, exam, and consultation, call 206-529-1111 or visit revivemenshealth.com.
Olympic Hot Tub has more ways than ever to achieve total wellness at home. Immerse yourself in a saltwater hot spring spa and let jets melt stress away. Enjoy a refreshing swim in an endless pool swim spa. Retreat to healing warmth and detox in a Tilo sauna. Then awaken mind and body with a cold plunge. You'll be saying, in no time. Your path to wellness starts today at Olympic Hot Tub. Current specials with exciting savings at olympichottub.com. Better you, better life.
It sounds simple, but it's true. Food is life. And Saturday, July 18th, you're invited to Ageless Living Ballard to share some great food, great music, and make some great memories. Ageless Living's finest chefs from all over the Northwest will be there to showcase their skills. And Ageless Living President Chef Dirk and I are having a friendly little cook-off, and you get to be the judge. There'll be free food and wine tastings, $2,000 in raffle prizes, and a live performance from Spike and the Impalers. That's Saturday, July 18th at 1 o'clock at Ageless Living in Ballard. RSVP today at agelessliving.com/KIRO.
KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. A big reversal from President Trump on the issue of tolls in the Strait of Hormuz. ABC's Karen Travers has the latest.
President Trump is now backing off his threat to push for a 20% toll on cargo moving through the Strait of Hormuz in exchange for helping ships get through, instead claiming on social media that the U.S. would now have new investment and trade deals with Gulf allies. The reversal comes a day after the president said there would be a 20% toll on ships in exchange for safe passage, but he didn't explain how that would work. The president again claimed the Strait of Hormuz was open to all shipping traffic, despite Iran's claims that it had closed it. Karen Travers, ABC News, the White House.
The man behind a deadly courthouse rampage in Seattle has died. The Washington Department of Corrections confirmed Timothy Blackwell died yesterday. No foul play is suspected. He was serving a life sentence after being convicted in the 1995 King County courthouse shootings that left 3 women dead. He was 78 years old. All eyes are on the NBA commissioner, Adam Silver, today as Seattle waits for word on whether the city is any closer to getting the Supersonics back. Last month, Silver told the Dan Patrick Show the goal is to expand the 28-29 season.
The only 2 cities at the moment we're looking at are Las Vegas and Seattle. We haven't had a vote on it. It's not a foregone conclusion, but we're in the process of talking to groups that are interested in getting an expansion team in those 2 cities.
Seattle has one bid, one from Roof Sports and Entertainment Group, headed by the Kraken majority leader Samantha Holloway. Melinda French Gates is also an investor. Silver is expected to hold a press conference this evening. A record-breaking sale and record-breaking win for charities could happen if most NFL owners approve the sale of the Seahawks. KIRO 7 TV's Brandon Thompson spoke with Jeff Schulman, the chair of the University of Washington's Foster School of Business.
Now, what will proposed buyer Vinod Khosla want to do with the team and the stadium they play in?
Keep an open mind. They're not going to move this team anytime soon.
The Lumen Field lease for the Hawks is up in 2031. Coming at the end of a Super Bowl run, Schulman says Khosla has the leverage right now.
You know, the conditions are right for asking for public dollars. The team's performing at a high level. There's civic pride and everything, and people don't want to see this cultural asset leave the city.
But that may mean improving the home they have now instead of building a new one, especially after the display put on during the World Cup.
Now for your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. Revive I-5 has shut down our morning commute today, about an hour and 40 from Everett to Seattle, over half an hour from Everett to Bellevue. So the soccer reprieve is over, guys. So no more southbound 5 express lanes until this project is over, which is the end of the year. Other drive times right now, Puyallup to Renton, about 45 minutes. This track report is brought to you by KIRO News Radio. For your weather, sunshine and warmer temperatures are back again today. Expect just a few high clouds and some light smoke and haze overhead. Highs reach the upper 70s north of Seattle and low to mid 80s from Seattle south. A slight chance of thunderstorm arrives Thursday with warm weather continuing into the weekend. Right now, it's about 64 in downtown Seattle. I'm Katrina Gashard, KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
Welcome back to the Gee and Ursula Show. Our Muckleshoot Casino Resort text line is 888-973-5476, 888-973 KIRO. So Gee was gone on Friday and yesterday, and it was because you went to a family reunion. Are these reunions yearly?
Every 2 years.
Every 2 years?
Every 2 years. And we go to places where family members have migrated to.
Ah, okay.
So it all started in Bibb County, Alabama, small place by the name of Brent, Alabama. And come to find out, so the name of our reunion is Avery Duff. That's where all the names started. So Walter Duff came from Ireland, right? Ireland in early 1800s. And so he gets there. They all arrive in Ireland. By 1860, the family, the Avery Duff family, has 120 slaves across 20 slave quarters is how much they have. And so you see the ledger and everything. My great-great-grandfather, Samuel James, he was born 1846. My great-great-grandmother, Frances Duff, was born in 1869. Now, this next thing I'm getting ready to tell you is something that I just found out this past weekend. My great-grandmother, Estella Avery, she was born in 1889. Ursula, she was white.
Did not. Do you remember when you did was it 23?
23andMe, yeah.
And it came back and it said you were
all this 21%,
Irish,
21% European,
and then yes, and then you were related to a white. Remember that guy that you sent me a picture of?
Yes.
Okay. So how did you when you found that out? What was your emotion?
Well, it was two things. One, I finally saw where they talked about Duff. Then I had no idea that Duff is a famous Irish name. That's not necessarily famous, but that's a common Irish name, Duff. And so I never put that together. And then with my 23andMe, which I did, 3 years ago, I shared with all of you with what the findings were. But I never really dug into
how did that happen?
21% European. I'm not necessarily 50%, but not 8% either. I'm 21%. So that means that someone really close had to be white. Who was that? Well, I know my grandmother, but my grandmother was light-skinned, very light-skinned. And, come to find out, her mother was white. And so come to find out, but she looked darker, if you will, dark hair and everything. I just got a picture of her. And so I found out that information. I thought that was interesting. But I think the takeaway from this past weekend is I'm older now, so I really spent a lot of time with the elders of the family, sitting around, listening. And I spent a lot of that time because sometimes, you can't get a lot of information through pictures. And so they were actually recording when people were talking and having that opportunity just to listen and hear. And so it was life-changing because it really gives more context to how far or how recent a lot of this stuff was, right? And you see all of the things that have happened that are documented. And also you see today where there are some that are trying to take away this info out of history books because, there are people that are uncomfortable by these things. So it was a great weekend.
Well, so if you're telling the story, and just take off all barriers and just tell the story of what you came away with this weekend after learning that fact.
Yeah. I came away with just how much, and I came away with a reminder that the United States really is a country made up of immigrants in combination with the people that were already here. And at some point, I don't know when it's going to be, but there's going to have to be a real reckoning or come together with that truth in years to come. I don't know when that would happen. But Ursula, my takeaway is that if you know and have a better understanding where you come from, then you're more comfortable in understanding where you are today. And not a lot of people have that opportunity to know exactly or have a better idea of where they come from. And also, for years, this information was there for me, but I didn't really grab onto it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, of course, Avery Duff. I know the Nick Duff. But even with the DNA, the 23andMe, I still didn't really pursue how and why it says 21% European.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't really dawn on me until this past weekend when it was right there in our faces. They were putting together, and by the way, we have some amazing historians in our family.
I was going to say, this requires a lot of work, and there's usually one or two in the family who will really be dialed into, okay, who were our ancestors?
Right.
And I think it's amazing that you spent the time, and you're recognizing now at the age of 50 that you need to spend time with the elders who can share those stories.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's the one thing that one big thing, one of many big things, but one of the things that I miss most about my dad, my dad would tell stories of his childhood, growing up in war times in Germany, sharing stories about his family. He's one of 13 children, and what his mother went through and what his father went through.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know much beyond that.
Mm-hmm.
So I do enjoy going to family reunions, but we don't have that person in the family who's dug in to look at, previous generations before my grandparents.
Right.
And I think that's really special, actually.
It really is. And now that legwork is made possible, obviously technology, and now you have actual people are doing the DNA test. And I know people are questioning those 23andMe services and all that stuff. And it's been used for good, and obviously it has been used for bad as well. But coming away from that, I think I feel not necessarily complete, Ursula, but I feel better with that understanding, like, wow, I'd gone all this time not knowing that. And it goes to just show you that we can have information that's sitting right there, right in front of our faces, and we can go years without actually reading and or acknowledging it. And if you learn that history about yourself, it might help you in present day. So yeah, thanks for asking. It was
Love
good
it.
stuff. Coming up at 9:47, would you rather? We'll do that next. Gee and Ursula.
Years ago,
I wanted to be part of keeping the Seahawks in Seattle long term.
3 decades later,
12, they're bringing the trophy home.
2 Super Bowl championship banners hang in the stadium Paul Allen built. Now, a new era of stewardship begins.
Most things that seem impossible become possible.
And we welcome the Khosla family to Seattle. From the home of the Seahawks since the very beginning, KIRO Newsradio.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, Accurate Auto Body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, Accurate Auto Body.
Insulation rebates from PSE are at historic highs. American Crawl Space and Pest Services gave over $3 million in PSE insulation rebates last year, more than any contractor in Washington. Homeowners, business owners, and PSE trust American Crawl Space and Pest Services. Was your home built before 1990? Visit AmericanCrawl.com to see how much you can save on replacing your insulation.
American Crawl, the heroes you call.
Summer calls for road travel across our region. Have you noticed more vehicles on our highways and local roads? Obviously, traffic in the city is going to be crowded, especially with the Ship Canal Bridge construction. But there have been a ton more people heading north on I-5 and east on I-90 for weekends and holidays than again on Sundays coming home. More people on the roads means more accidents. And if you're not careful, you'll find yourself on the shoulder exchanging information. If you're one of the unlucky ones or know a friend or family member, reverse your fortune by having Harold Carr Law Offices deal with insurance. While you're resting, receiving physical therapy, and taking time off work, Harold Carr Law Offices will negotiate with insurance on your behalf while compiling necessary paperwork and getting you the best recovery possible. 7 locations across Western Washington and a track record of success for their clients. Carr is spelled with 2 R's. C-A-R-R. CarLaw.com. C-A-R-R. Car accident? Call Carr.
Did you know that nearly half the homes in Western Washington are not properly insulated or not insulated at all? That may be the reason why your home is way too hot in the summer and way too cold in the winter. It may also be the reason that your energy bills are sky high. Right now, Insulation Northwest is offering a free inspection of your home's insulation. This is a $199 value and it's absolutely free, no obligation. Just call today and Insulation Northwest will arrange a time that works with your schedule. We'll perform a thorough exam of your home's insulation and give you the advice you need to start saving thousands. Everyone who calls today will also receive a free infrared screening of your home using the latest technology. This will help reveal any hidden flaws in your home's protective energy blanket. What do you have to lose? It only takes about an hour and it's absolutely free. Call Insulation Northwest today, the real insulation company.
InsulationNorthwest.com. If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates. This weekend only. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Deep discounts. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission. Free delivery. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Your old water heater's starting to peter.
DayandNight.net. Day and Night has $150 off installation of any new water heater, including tankless, backed by a free lifetime warranty.
Hi, I'm Bruce. When your old water heater leaks or fails, the damage could be catastrophic. Whether you need an emergency replacement or you're planning ahead before it leaks, give us a call and we'll help you get into hot water again.
Get $150 off installation of any new water heater.
DayandNight.net.
is the Gee and Ursula Show. Coming up here soon, I'm going to finally get a chance to talk about the new owners of the Seattle Seahawks and what the future could be. So we'll be talking about that. But right now, let's get to Would You Rather. One of the best games sweeping the nation. Okay, Ursula, would you rather a rooftop happy hour or a lake day on a boat? I probably shouldn't have asked you that.
Sonia, if you're listening right now, I'm ready for the boat. Boat on the lake for sure. I don't drink.
You know, every year, I keep saying, you know what, man, I'm gonna take advantage. I'm gonna go rent some boats out there just so I can see if I really want to buy a boat at some point. I don't think I ever will, but I still never get out there. So I'm gonna say a lake day on the boat. I need to get out there on the boat.
Yes. Well, and our friend Mike Washington has shared with me that he's part of a membership program where you can rent boats on a regular basis. I'll have to look into that because that seems like it would be a great thing.
I looked into it. The only thing I don't like about it, I don't like what time you have to be in.
Be in?
Yeah, you have to have the boat back by a certain time and in the 3 afternoons. Yeah, it's not.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? Like,
you want to come and go as you please, is what you're saying.
A little bit. I mean, if I'm going to be out there.
Yeah.
So here we go. Would you rather a late night bonfire or a sunrise breakfast hangout? So you're with your friends. Would you rather you got two options. We can all hang out with a late night bonfire, or we could do an early sunrise hangout breakfast.
Easy.
Style.
Late night bonfire. Oh. I am a night owl.
Yes, you are. This is easy for me. Breakfast hang. Ursula, this past weekend, family members all down, all drinking coffee. Oh, I think conversations in the morning are better than the conversations at night. Why? Because I've been going to sleep.
You know, you kind of intrigued me. I've never done it, but it sounds kind of idyllic. I'm spun out by the end of the day.
The sunrise hangout. Because what happens is, look, I'll be sitting there. Ursula, not you. You're a night owl. Yeah. I'll be sitting there and be like, oh, I'm ready to go to bed.
Yeah.
I'm ready to go
to bed. But and you're in that phase of your life right now. There was a time when you would stay up late.
Geez, thanks, Ursula. I'm in a phase of my life where that was a slap.
You talk about it all the time. I know not to text you after 9 o'clock because you're probably in bed.
I am. My wife don't even say nothing anymore. Okay, I learned something about myself this weekend. This is the one I had for you, Ursula. Would you rather a competitive game night or just music and good conversation?
Oh, competitive game night all day long. Are you kidding me? And Scrabble better be a part of it.
I figure, hey, Ursula, I figured something out.
Yeah. You should have a handicap on that.
Now listen, I know you guys are going to call me a Scrooge, but there's some of you all are listening. I can't stand games. I cannot stand games. I don't want, because there's always going to be, and by the way, I used to be this person. There's going to be that real competitive person that's in the room. They annoy you. Can we just have good conversation and good music?
You can have conversation when you have game night.
No, you can't. You're focusing on competing. I learned this about myself this weekend because we were having an event and everything, and I said, hey, is this the last game? I'm tired of games.
Dude, you're right. You're 100% right.
I don't like games.
There are some games where it's okay. A game like Yahtzee where it's not a lot of thought, there's not a lot of strategy, you can keep up a conversation. But Scrabble, you got to just sit there and be focused. And
now, mind you, I don't like Trivial Pursuit. My husband does great with Trivial Pursuit. I hate it.
How about charades?
See, that was funny.
It feels
fun.
like, Ursula, it feels like I'm
forced fun.
It feels like I'm at work. I don't want to have to concentrate. I don't want to focus. Can I just enjoy you? Hey, Ursula, how's everything? I saw you went on your trip. Tell me about it.
Yes. And mind you, I enjoy those nights too. I'm just saying, I do enjoy a game night.
There's always the smug family member too. The smug one is
I found this out about myself this weekend. I was like, I can't stand games.
What's your worst? What's your least favorite?
Game?
Yeah.
All of them.
Oh,
they did a bingo thing.
bingo's fun.
You got to go around and find a family member that does this. And who's wearing a blue shirt? Who do you think knows a celebrity? Who has lived in multiple cities?
Gee, but you know what? See, I've done that for
like
get-togethers when a bunch of people don't know each other, and I have a little get-to-know-each-other session with a game and make it fun.
Yeah.
Fun for some,
wait a
painful
minute.
for
All
others.
right, here we go. 360 just texted in and said, "Go G." Finally, something we agree on. Are you kidding me?
6 years, baby.
360. Are you serious? It took game night? Okay. Coming up
That's
next,
funny.
new owners. Seahawks have new owners.
Yeah, what happened to that G and lasagna?
Had this name came up before?
Yes.
Did it?
Yes.
Maybe they're about that action, boss. All right, we'll talk about that next. Gee Ursula.
The Seahawks sold.
Selling price will be an NFL record $9.612 billion, according to ESPN.
What do we know about the new owners?
Vinod Khosla grew up in India, removed from technology.
I never even had a television or a telephone at home.
Has invested in a ton of companies you know of, Square, DoorDash.
Coverage continues on the home of the Super Bowl champion Seahawks. KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM and MyNorthwest.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
Hey, Jake Skorheim here. Buckle up. It's going to be a hot summer. And if you have poor or no insulation in your attic, you could be losing up to 40% of your energy efficiency. Fortunately, Valentine Roofing has you covered. This summer, bundle energy-saving attic insulation with a new roof and save 10%. Plus, with no money down on your project, you don't pay until your project is complete. Call 206 Roofing to save 10% when you bundle a new roof and attic insulation. That's 206 Roofing. And remember, when you see the red Valentine van, you know your home is in good hands.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know that hiking isn't for you. Sure, it sounds nice to be in nature while exercising, but that's what a gym and houseplants are for. I mean, you don't even like walking upstairs. So why would you walk up a hill for miles? To what, end up high in the air? Come on, you know you're scared of heights. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates. Pricing coverage match limited by state law.
When you see this in your kitchen,
the stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
You hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves, or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
John Curley here. When the AC starts acting up, don't assume you need a whole new system. Home Comfort Alliance, their approach is simple. Repair first, replace only if needed. Their techs diagnose the real problem because a simple fix can often get the cooling back up again and not cost you a full replacement. Need something new? Ask about a heat pump for year-round comfort. That's what we did at the barn. Get real pricing in 60 seconds at HomeComfortAlliance.com. Call the comfort people. HomeComfortAlliance.com.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Now there's a new way to take charge of your blood sugar. Introducing new Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula from the makers of the nation's best-selling garlic supplement. New Garlic helps maintain healthy blood sugar levels with clinically supported levels of garlic, plus a custom blend of vitamins and minerals, and it's odor-free. Take charge of your blood sugar with new Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
Compassion, communication, results. That's Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com. That's pendergastlaw.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO News Radio. KIRO FM and HD1. Tacoma, Seattle. Northwest News.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. At the White House, President Trump hosting Iraq's prime minister for talks. Tensions between the U.S. and Iran, though, at the top of the agenda. Earlier, the president announced he's backing away from his proposed 20% toll for cargo ships in the Strait of Hormuz. In Biddeford, Maine, the man fatally shot yesterday by a federal agent during an immigration operation has been identified. A family friend confirming to ABC station WMTW that Johann Sebastian Guerrero was the victim. ABC's Victor Oquendo is on scene.
Maine Senator Angus King saying the 26-year-old was not the intended target.
The question is, what did he do with his vehicle? Were officers threatened? Were the threats rising to the level that justified deadly force?
King says he was told none of the agents involved were wearing body cameras.
Homeland Security Secretary Markwayne Mullin directing law enforcement to temporarily halt vehicle stops in Maine. Positive data showing inflation eased in June. This is ABC News. Dangerous flooding affecting some cities and towns in the south.
The streets of Hondo, Texas, turning into rivers. Louisiana pummeled with torrential rain, flooding roads.
I pulled over safely because there were cars that were stalled.
How are we going to get the mommy out?
In Georgia, rushing waters trapping a woman in her vehicle, passing motorists helping rescue her from her car.
ABC's Kana Whitworth. Hundreds of cases of a parasitic infection commonly linked to contaminated fresh produce now being reported across the U.S. ABC News medical correspondent Dr. Darian Sutton has more on chlorosporiasis.
Often it is quick in terms of when it comes. You know what you ate when you get food poisoning, and it's relatively quick in terms of how it resolves, and it typically gets better with hydration and rest. As opposed to this parasitic infection, sometimes it can take 2 weeks for symptoms to develop. It is not contagious. It can sometimes be relapsing. Patients will be there one day and come back the next day, and it typically requires antibiotics.
Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Washington's millionaires tax is back in the spotlight. More on that, but first, KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. This traffic report is brought to you by the KIRO Newsradio App. The struggle continues this morning from the north end, about an hour and 40 minutes still from Everett to Seattle, or if you're going from Everett to Bellevue, that's about a 20 to 30 minute delay. The I-5 Express is no longer an option with Revive I-5, about 35 minutes from South Center, 55 from Federal Way, and 45 minutes Puyallup to Renton. Text app to 888-973-5476 to download the KIRO News Radio app, listen to your favorite shows, and get the latest news and updates sent straight to your phone.
KIRO News Radio, 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. The campaign over Washington's millionaires tax officially begins today. Governor Bob Ferguson is launching an effort to keep the new tax in place, saying it asks the wealthiest Washingtonians to contribute while supporting schools and other state programs. Opponents argue it creates a new income tax system they want voters to repeal. Both sides are now preparing for a statewide fight ahead of the November election. Filling out federal college financial assistance forms could soon be a requirement to graduate high school. That's a proposal from the governor announced yesterday and will submit to the legislature this year, or rather next year. Rachel Smith is the president of the Pro-Business Washington Roundtable and threw her support behind it.
Washington, as has been said, has the most generous financial aid
programs in the country, but far too many students and families don't know what's available to them.
Washington is near the bottom of the list of states for FAFSA completion rates. Albertsons is on trial in Washington, accused of not enforcing rules designed to slow the flow of opioid pills back into the black market. KIRO News Radio's Jillian Raftery has more.
State attorneys described irresponsible prescribing that was approved by pharmacists without a second look for years.
And walked out with 1,440 opioid pills in April, again in May, June.
Attorneys for Albertsons, however, say they did nothing wrong.
We are a mirror on what prescribers are doing. We reflect how doctors were practicing medicine, informed by state medical guidance.
The trial runs through September. Jillian Raftery for KIRO News Radio.
The rebound continues at Boeing. The company delivered 171 commercial airplanes in the second quarter of this year, bringing the yearly total to 314. That's an improvement over Q2 of last year when Boeing delivered only 150 commercial airplanes. This is the most deliveries Boeing has made in a first half since 2018. Costco is also expanding. It announced plans to open 7 new stores next month, including 2 in Texas and others in New York, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Georgia, and Missouri. The company says demand remains strong with nearly 83 million paid memberships worldwide. And now to your KIRO News Radio weather. Another beautiful summer day today. We'll see plenty of sunshine with a few high clouds and some elevated haze. Highs today climb into the upper 70s around Everett and the low to mid 80s for Seattle. Tomorrow looks the same, and there's a slight chance of thunderstorms on Thursday. Right now, it's 65 in downtown Seattle. I'm Katrina Gashard, KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with the KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
This is the Gee and Ursula Show with G. Scott and Ursula Reutin.
Hey, good morning, everybody. It is the Gee and Ursula Show. Appreciate all of you hanging out with us. I hope you're having a great summer. Good morning to you, Ursula.
Good morning. We got another packed hour for you. Also, we just found out that King County Prosecutor Lisa Mannion is going to be joining us on the show coming up in the 11 o'clock hour. And we were talking about this proposal that never basically came to the table in Olympia last session, which seems like such a no-brainer, which is to make it harder for scrap metal recyclers to basically take in stolen goods and try to do something to curb all the stolen copper wire, the theft that is rampant and right now has the West Seattle Bridge without streetlights because of it. So she's going to join us coming up at 11:30. As always, we invite you to join us on the Muckleshoot Casino Resort text line, 888-973-5476, 888-973-KIRO.
What's new at 10?
So, G, you finally have a chance right now to respond to the biggest news over the weekend locally, and that is that the Seahawks' new owners are expected to be the Khosla family. They're a Silicon Valley family, but this, of course, is pending approval from the NFL next month. Yep. And the group is led by billionaire venture capitalist Vinod Khosla. His wife, Niru, is going to serve as the team's controlling owner, and then their son, Neil, is also going to play a major role. So I would love to hear your take on this. Were you surprised when you heard the news that it was this particular family?
Yes, I was definitely surprised. And also, I just want to say this because I know that you all are listening, and some of you all are rolling your eyes when they said, well, gee, what's your thoughts on the new owners? I love it. So, you know what I mean? So I'm going to start with now. Okay, of course you knew I was going to say that. But now, let me say something that I can think that you would believe me on. Number one, Vinod Khosla, he came to this country in his early 20s. My man had a dream, like so many immigrants here in this country have. And I love the fact that he came here, he built all the way up, and here he is today, owner of an NFL team where he paid $9.6 billion. That's one. Two, I love the fact that $9.6 billion, the majority of it is going to charity. That doesn't happen all the time, so that's a win. And three, like you're going to talk about as well, and someone has already texted in about this, Niru, the wife, and her son, Neil. The wife is going to be the controlling part. So the voices that we'll hear, the representatives that we'll hear from ownership will be from a woman. I'm on record. I have told you guys this before.
Yeah.
I have always said, if you give me a chance and a choice, I would love to work for a woman boss. So those are the positives. I don't know them. It's not like I knew the Allens either, right? All I know is a lot of times we just know about the football. So I'm grateful.
Well, there are a couple of things, too, because these were some of the names who'd expressed interest. So I was talking about this with Angela yesterday, and I said, you were under the impression that if any names came out early, they were not going to be part of a future ownership group. But it actually turned out these were some of the names that were bandied about. My question is, why is there even some kind of suggestion of the team playing elsewhere? Like, I don't hear that coming from these potential new owners.
Well,
I don't even hear talk about stadium just yet.
Well, I'll tell you why. Because a lot of this talk comes from people. Remember the whole players getting taxed extra here in the state of Washington, and people said, oh, my goodness, team's going to leave. Like, there are people here that literally spend their days and nights only talking about the potential downfall of Seattle. It's those same folks, the ones that told you that the World Cup is going to be a disaster here in Seattle. Then they have to turn around and says, oh, okay, it was good. But
it's going to be a disaster after the World
Seattle,
Cup.
You know what I mean? Like, they spend their life about that. I mean, these folks that talk about it, I don't never see them again. I don't never see them with leadership of the Seahawks. I never see these folks at doing good things for the community, foundations and events for Seahawk events. So a lot of the folks that talk about this have no idea. They just want to pass out, throw out negativity. Right as of right now, that stadium is where the Seahawks will play. The Seahawks will most likely remain here in Seattle. So the negativity that surrounds it just comes from people who have no idea.
Yeah, I am excited. I mean, it sounds like I love that it's a family deal. I love that it's an immigrant story where he's someone who came to this country, and so his Sun Microsystems is the company.
Sun Microsystems,
right?
Yes, is what he built.
Yes, which is kind of a big deal. And if you think about it, like, who can afford to pay? The other thing that struck me is $9.6 billion. That is a record by far.
Yeah.
For a football team. I mean, it was $6 billion for the Washington Commanders, right?
Yeah. I got some money.
Okay.
And this ain't talking about payments. You're like, hey, can I pay some payments? No.
I like that the way that they put 9.612 billion, right? The 12s.
Yeah.
Okay, so anyway.
I didn't even notice that.
Yes. So
Is
some
that
people
true?
think it's 9.612 billion.
So they bought us for what, $12 million?
Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about the potential return of the Sonics, because that seems to be just a never-ending story, and I need you to help.
Yeah.
Because what is happening right now? I mean, it sounds like the countdown to an NBA expansion decision is entering its final stretch, and league owners are meeting this week in Las Vegas. They're not expected to vote on the expansion, though, but the clock is ticking. And the commissioner, Adam Silver, has said a decision could come by the end of the year, with October being the earliest realistic target if new teams are set to tip off in 2028. So let's listen to what he said.
If we expand, at least we're thinking 28, 29 season. The only two cities at the moment we're looking at are Las Vegas and Seattle. We haven't had a vote on it. It's not a foregone conclusion, but we're in the process of talking to groups that are interested in getting an expansion team in those two cities.
Okay, so what is the talk about Las Vegas muddying the situation?
Well, Las Vegas right now is home of the NBA Summer League. I'm going to go try to catch a game this weekend. So that's been a thing. It's a popular thing. Las Vegas is the home of, obviously, the Raiders have gone there. The Oakland A's will be playing there. So Vegas right now is a hot spot for sporting events. That's going to be a thing. Mm-hmm. The reason why it's come down to 2, because usually if you do an expansion, it comes down to you got to be kind of even, if you will. So if you do another team, you do one team, you do another. Adam Silver reminds me of that person. Now, I don't know, Ursula, sometimes guys will try to ask out this gal for like years, keep hitting them up for like 5 and 6 years.
You wear them down.
And the gal is really good at not saying no and not saying yes. Adam Silver has been doing that to Seattle for a minute now.
It's tiring.
We just ask it, can you just tell us no? They don't want to do that. But I'll tell you something that makes me afraid that I'm a little nervous of. One, the NBA is not crazy popular. Well, it's popular amongst those that love the NBA.
Uh-huh.
But it's not all that popular. You go and look at some of the ratings. People don't even watch entire NBA games. What makes me afraid is, one, the owners would basically say, if we allow 2 teams, we're going to start off making less money to start, right? 2, there's something that's happening in Portland right now that's making me nervous. What's happening in Portland has a new owner. And this new owner has come in, and how can I say this? The opinion of him is not that great in Portland. He's doing everything to make it seem like, I'm about to take this team up out of here, including, hey, Portland, you guys better pay, or we need you to pay for another stadium. And cities are like, nah, we're not doing that. And so the potential of him being like a Clay Bennett, as he was to Seattle, is him being in Portland and taking that team out of Portland. Where could he potentially take that team to?
Seattle?
Vegas.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh.
So that makes me nervous. That's what I've been paying attention to.
So if the Trailblazers moved to Vegas, we would already have an even number of teams. We would not need to add an additional team here in Seattle, and we're left with Bumpkus.
Yeah, I mean,
if you were a betting man, what are you thinking the chances are of the Sonics returning? I mean, I'm so tired of us talking about, it could be. It feels like Adam Silver is a broken record. For those you don't know what a record is, I've aged myself, but it's just like over and over and over again. He says the same thing 18 different ways, but it's the same thing.
You know, if we have been talking about this topic for some years now since we've been doing the show, and there's sometimes I'm excited, and then there's sometimes that I'm not excited. Today, Ursula, you happen to ask me on a time that I'm really not excited, and the reason why is I can just feel the vibe in Adam Silver, the energy, and how he makes it clear, like very clear. I was encouraged by Melinda Gates being a part of the ownership and all this stuff. I was encouraged by those things. But I get discouraged when you start hearing the talk. And Adam Silver is supposed to speak today about this topic.
Yeah.
And then all of this wouldn't happen to 28, 20. Like, can we just get the Sonics here already? And by the way, if it doesn't happen until 28, 29, do you know that will be 20 years? 20 years that the Sonics have been gone.
Isn't that crazy?
It's just, I don't know. I think right now I'm just in protection mode. Sometimes you want to protect your heart a little bit. I think that's where I'm at right now.
Okay, I gotcha.
Kind of changes.
Okay, I would love to hear. Muckleshoot Casino Resort text line, 888-973-5476, 888-973 KIRO. Are you protecting your heart? Are you thinking they're going to come back, or are we just going to keep hearing it? Are we going to talk about this 6 years from now?
What do you think? You think they're coming back?
I think they're coming back.
Okay. Good. I need that optimism.
I think they're coming back. I just think it's just dragging out way too long.
I need that optimism because today I just don't feel good about it.
Okay, let's talk about what's going on in Pierce County, where you live, because you might be asked this November to pay a little more in sales taxes to expand Pierce Transit service. The News Tribune is reporting that the County Transit Board has now approved putting a measure on the ballot that would raise the agency's sales tax from 0.6 to 0.9%. So if voters say yes, Pierce Transit says it would generate about $64 million a year beginning in 2027. And then you would see your tax rate change from 10.5 to 10.8%, which would be basically 3 cents to every $10 you purchase. And the money, though, would be going for more frequent bus service, 4 new routes, including service to Northeast Tacoma, Puyallup, and free rides for everyone 65 and older.
Yeah.
What say you?
We're used to more taxes, right? We've committed to that.
No.
We haven't? We haven't we haven't
You have a chance to vote. You're going to vote. Do you think it's worth it to increase by 0.3% to pay for more bus service where you live?
I'm going to say yes, because I believe that more transit, more accessible transit is great for all of us, right? That goes with the person who can't afford a car being able to get to work. That, more of that. We talk about it in other countries, how available they are. We talk about it in New York. We're talking about it in San Francisco. Like, that part is very good. So I'm going to say yes. But however, once again, we're constantly talking about the increase in taxes here. Like, it doesn't stop.
No, it doesn't. It is exhausting. I will say, though, in this particular case, for those of you who live in Pierce County, they're pointing out that Pierce Transit has kept the same sales tax rate since 2002, and it is now lower than King County Metro, Kitsap Transit, and Spokane Transit. So they're claiming they're behind the times, and if you want better transit, you need to approve this. So I'm curious, though. I don't have skin in the game, so I'm not going to say whether I'm okay with it. But I'm exhausted by more taxes. I will say that. Okay. You know that by now. Another massage parlor in our region, is accused of being a front for prostitution.
Yeah.
This is now in Redmond, and police there are saying a month-long investigation led to the arrest of 2 people connected to V Spa on Redmond Way. And they had undercover officers who went in and they were offered, they say, sexual services during 2 different visits. And then search warrants turned up thousands of dollars in cash, passports, electronic devices. Electronic devices and evidence that women were being transported between the spa and a nearby home. And then they say it's actually not just Redmond. Court documents say the woman at the center of the case also operated Cali Spa in Seattle, while a guy was driving workers between those spas and picking women up from the airport about once a month.
Ursula, imagine if you and Long Live Mark paid me and said, Gee, we need you to come to our yard and take care of our weeds. And you paid me to come take care of the weeds in your yard. And I come to your yard and I see all the weeds. The first thing I do is I start clipping like the little leaves around it and everything. I clip all the leaves. And I come in to see you guys and says, okay, I did my job. And then you guys are looking at me like, are you going to pull those weeds by the roots? Are you going to take care of that? That is how we take care of prostitution here in this state, period. You guys want to stop this? You guys don't like it so much? You got to go after the dang on demand. And no, I'm not talking about demand with like gloves. Let me tell you something about it. If you put a list together of all the people that have been caught going to these spots, I promise you the demand would decrease. Imagine pulling up Facebook and you see that your neighbor has been going to the Redmond Spa. But
I'm in favor of that.
Until you guys want to do that, all you're doing is you're going to the weeds and you're clipping the little flowers around and you don't want to dig in the root. Go after the demand, you go after the root of the problem.
See, I agree to some extent, but I'm going to say I am so glad that police are doing these crackdowns on these massage parlors. And again, Not all Asian massage businesses are the same, but too often these ones are about exploitation.
But you arrest a worker, you close down the spa.
Well, no, I don't want to arrest the worker. I want to arrest the owner.
Yeah,
Okay.
Those women are legit
They're
trafficking.
victims.
If they have passports,
No. Listen. I agree, but sometimes the workers get arrested. Sometimes you close down the spa, and guess what ends up happening? Down the street, watch this, stir the pot, and another one pops up. So we're not taking care of the problem. The demand, everybody.
Yeah, well, you're taking care of part of the problem because these women are brought in from these different countries. In a lot of cases, it's China, and they're promised a chance at a better life, but their passports are taken from them. I mean, you heard passports. They're isolated. They're dependent on those people who are running these operations, and they don't have ways to escape. And so for those reasons, I am glad that they're going after the people. If that's what's happening here, it's disgusting. And the women should not be treated as criminals. They're victims. It's the ones who are exploiting these women who are in vulnerable situations and exploiting them and selling them and profiting off of them. And I get what you're saying about, I think both can be done. And that'll address it.
No, but here's the thing, though, Ursula. Only one thing is being done. Only one thing has been done. It goes back to our conversation that we had about copper or Cadillac converters. We talked about copper. We're having Lisa Mannion going to be coming on the show. Guess what we do? We go after the buyers of the copper, go after them, and then all of a sudden, guess what? The demand slows down. Do the same thing with prostitution. Now, I've been on the side of legalizing. Okay, forget about the legalizing. Let's go after the demand. Put their faces all over Facebook.
I agree
on the Gee Ursula Show.
I agree.
Top stories.
And go after those who are exploiting those women.
All right.
So kudos to Redmond Police.
Hey, coming up next here on the Gee Ursula Show, women are still outworking men at the crib, while their pay at work is still falling behind. Next, Gee Ursula.
KIRO News Radio, the first place you turn for the news you trust.
State Senator Jamie Peterson drafted one of the state's most progressive taxes to date, the income tax on millionaires.
Engaging conversation.
We pay teachers the fourth highest of any state in the country.
And your Super Bowl champion Seahawks.
The Seahawks, they're bringing it home again.
Streaming everywhere on the KIRO Newsradio app. Always here, always with you. KIRO News Radio, 97.3 FM.
I like it hot.
Beg your pardon?
Can you make it hot for me, Dan?
I think so.
Half heated ain't hot enough.
No.
That's why I called you.
Apollo Plumbing.
Yeah, my sorry old water heater.
Oh.
Ain't getting me the hots anymore.
You want hot water.
That's what I said.
That's what we do at Apollo Plumbing.
And you're ready?
Right now.
When can you?
How about today?
Same day?
We'll have you in hot water tonight.
Clever. How about an upgrade?
A tankless water heater would mean endless hot water.
Now you're cooking.
That's just for starters.
Starters?
How about we make it a worry-free water heater?
Worry-free?
Wrenchie's worry-free warranty.
Which covers?
Repair, service, all included.
And when it wears out?
Apollo replaces it.
No extra charge?
Nothing.
Nil?
Nada. As an Apollo A-list member, you're covered.
And payments?
To fit your budget with approved credit, of course.
And I'm hot again.
Worry-free.
That's for me.
We're on our way.
Thanks for making it hot.
We're ApolloPlumbing.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates this weekend only. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Deep, deep discounts. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission. Free delivery. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandswimspasale.com.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these 3 books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
If there's one thing you can count on, it's 24/7 protection when you bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive. And if there's 2 things you can count on, it's your smoke detector battery dying at 3 a.m. Not 3 p.m. on a Saturday when you have nothing going on, but in the middle of the night when you're fast asleep.
Oh, come on!
Get 24/7 protection when you bundle home and auto with Progressive. Just one more thing you can count on. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
At Seattle Children's Hospital, 1 in 3 patient families can't afford the food their kids need to heal. Safeway and Jackson Smith & Jigba are fighting back with the Food First Project. No barriers, just help for families right now. Learn more at Safeway.com.
KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. While seated next to the Iraqi prime minister in the Oval Office today, President Trump teased what he'll tell Americans on Thursday night.
Our country has to shape up. But that's what we're going to be talking about Thursday is it doesn't get bigger, because without free and fair elections, you don't have a country. We'll be discussing other things too.
The president announced the event on Truth Social, describing it as a speech to the nation set for 6 p.m. local time. The CDC is expected to release an update today as it investigates a nationwide outbreak of cyclopsoriasis. In King County, health officials have confirmed 15 cases, but say only 1 person appears to be contracted locally. 2 cases were reported in April, while 13 others have been identified between June and July. Health officials are still trying to determine the source of the parasite, which can spread through contaminated fresh fruits and vegetables. Meanwhile, all eyes are on the NBA commissioner Adam Silver today as expansion bids from Seattle and Las Vegas are in. But KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey reports there's a potential problem.
Seattle has just one ownership group in the running, led by Kraken Majority Leader Samantha Holloway and One Roof Sports and Entertainment, with Melinda French Gates among the investors. But Las Vegas has 4 competing ownership bids, creating a logjam that could push a Sonics return beyond the 2028-29 NBA season. Adam Silver on the Dan Patrick Show.
We're in the process of talking to groups that are interested in getting an expansion team in those 2 cities.
Another hurdle, current NBA owners may not want to split their annual profits with 2 new expansion teams. Luke Ducey, KIRO News Radio.
Revive I-5 is here for the rest of the year, and drivers are bracing for the impact. WashDOT's Tom Pierce tells KIRO 7 TV.
Yesterday's backups were actually very similar to what we were seeing, before the World Cup. They were actually bigger at the very start back in January. People did make adjustments, and so, we did see the backups lessen some.
Early next year, the work shifts into the southbound lanes of I-5 across the Ship Canal Bridge. Is anyone missing a pet snake? Auburn Animal Control is trying to find the owner of a snake that was discovered slithering around the Mallard Point apartments. Auburn police say the reptile has since been transferred to the Pacific Northwest Aquatics and Exotics Rescue in Tacoma, while officials search for its owner. So if that's your scaly escape artist, the city of Auburn says to contact Animal Control. We have a photo of the snake up now on mynorthwest.com. Now to your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. This traffic report is brought to you by Harborstone Credit Union. Revive I-5 has shut down our morning commute. Hour and 40 Everett to Seattle, over half an hour from Everett to Bellevue. The soccer reprieve is over. No more I-5 express lanes until the project is over. And again, that's until the end of the year. Earn up to $30 per month just for using your Harborstone PNW cashback debit card. Open your free checking account online today at harborstone.com/cash. For your weather, high pressure is keeping Western Washington warm and sunny today. Tomorrow stays warm. Thursday could bring scattered showers and even a few isolated thunderstorms. Dry, warm weather returns for the weekend. Right now, it's about 65 in downtown Seattle. I'm Katrina Gashard, KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news. You're listening to KIRO Newsradio Northwest News.
This is the Gee and Ursula Show. Happy that you are with us right now. And this is going to be a topic that I think is going to get a lot of people going. And I'm curious if you agree with some of the things that I'm about to say. Because basically, we're going to be talking about how women are still outworking men by a lot when it comes to things at home, while their pay at work is falling further behind. This is not just coming from me. This is actually coming from the Gender Equity Policy Institute. And it was written by Naomi Ishisaka in the Seattle Times yesterday. So despite all the gains women have made in the workplace and in society, the fact that men have stepped up a ton over numerous decades, women, she contends in this commentary, are still carrying the biggest burden in the home. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, so she says today women in heterosexual relationships spend twice as much time as men on household work and childcare. And again, this is from the Gender Equity Policy Institute. Even women who earn the same amount of money as their partners and work the same number of hours, they still handle 80% more tasks in the home. That's actually from Pew Research, not just coming from me and my observations. When it comes to emotional labor and cognitive labor, again, women take on the lion's share in the average home. And what does it mean to have, when you say emotional labor or cognitive labor, a lot of it has to do with who plans the get-togethers, who basically comes up with the family traditions, who is the one that's going to be making sure that you get to the family reunion, for example, or hosting the family reunion, or hosting your social activities outside of the home. And the contention is that women take on the lion's share in the average home. And some researchers believe that the wage gap, which has widened 2 years in a row, actually stems from that disparity outside of work. So it's kind of a never-ending cycle.
Yeah. Nobody disagrees with this, right? Or do people take the exceptions and outlier? Matter of fact, you guys ever notice that I use exceptions a lot?
Uh-huh.
I always use exceptions. Like people always say, but gee, look at what you've done. Exception. Shout out to you fellas that do a lot at home. I don't think
Long live Mark.
Long live Mark.
Yes.
Chef. A lot of y'all folks there. Hey, shout out to you men that do that. But let's just play a game real quick, Ursula. And I'll ask the question, you answer.
Okay.
At the average home right now, who does the majority of the laundry, men or women?
I'm going to say women.
Who folds the majority of the clothes, men or women?
I'll say women.
Who does the majority of the cooking, men or women?
Okay, again, I want to say not my household.
But I'm different.
Not my household, and I realize I am the exception. I will probably say in many households it's more women.
And by the way,
who takes out the garbage more?
Men.
We were talking about that. Who does the lawn more?
Yeah, who does? But who wakes up with the baby when they're newborn more, the man or the woman? I mean, so
generally the woman. Yes.
I want to stop this game, and I just want to show you. And by the way, and I left alone. I'm not going to do any metaphors. Nothing. I'm going to go straight up. This topic that we are discussing can be applied to a lot of topics that we talk about. And history has shown us the value of what women has been looked at in this country. We all know that women weren't allowed to open up their own bank account, have her own credit card in her name until in the early 70s. We all know that women for years were shunned if they wanted a divorce. We all know that domestic violence in the mid-20th century, what was that? So there's a history of how women have been treated. Now, are things getting better? Yes. Does it still have a long way to go? Yes. Apply this to every topic. So as far as duties around the home and pay at work are still lagging behind.
And now the contention that people are going to have, and I can guarantee you without even looking, I'm not looking at the text line right now, but I can guarantee you that there are going to be people who say those figures are wrong when it comes to the workplace, that women are making closer to equal pay. It's because of choices they make when it comes to leaving the workforce to have children that makes that disparity. We've made great progress. There's also facts that more women are graduating from college than men these days, or it's much closer to being equal. More women are, but it's still not equal.
Yeah. And there's also, look, there's situations where you have had women stay home for years, right? One income while the man worked. Mom took care of the household, which is a hard task in itself. And then let's just say if the marriage doesn't work, there's a divorce. Now mom has to get into the workforce. She's been out of it for 15 years.
Yes.
So her experience is not there.
And her pay is going to show it.
Or we have a situation where child care needs to be paid for. Maybe you can't afford the $2,000 a month. Most of the time, usually, who's the one that defaults? Like I said, I'm not talking about the exception. I'm talking about who is the one that usually defaults to being home with the child while someone else works. Like, I don't even know why people argue against these things. But again, this topic can be applied to other topics, but I'm not doing that.
Another thing that she brought up was this term weaponized incompetence. Have you heard that?
To explain.
So it's when one member of a couple, let's say, it's a manipulation tactic, essentially. It's pretending that you just do a horrible job at laundry, like you're just going to keep getting it wrong. That's a real thing. You are just going to keep doing a crappy job when you're supposed to go to the store and pick up some things, and it's going to take longer for the person who's at home. Let's say the woman at home is going to have to explain and do everything, and it's like, okay, forget about it.
Yeah,
I don't even.
So better at like you're so much better at talking time. I just get so frustrated.
So it's like, exactly. It's trying not to get better. Now, I'm curious. Anyone guilty of that? Text us. Muckleshoot Casino Resort text line, 888-973-5476. Are there things that you could do a lot better of, but you're like, I'm just going to pretend I'm incompetent because I don't want to do it?
I'm going to say I'm in a way better situation today, even though Lillian still does more around the house than I do. Like, I noticed this morning when I came down, like all of the dishes were put away. Like I'm good about washing the dishes, but I put them right there on that rack right next door, and she always puts them away. I never do that. But I have something that I'm going to say. Ursula, there are people like me in my past have not wanted to be around the chefs of the world or the long-lived Marks of the world, because those are the husbands or the significant other that they always just know how to do things. They knew how to fix stuff. They knew, oh, did you see that? So I was talking to Sarah the other day, and her husband did all of this stuff. Dang it!
I know. Okay.
Get away from me.
Just a correction, just because I like to keep things very accurate.
Yeah.
I mean, Mark does way more, and the dude needs to get his flowers. He does way more than I do at the house. But like you, we still need to hire out if something needs to really be fixed.
Coming up next, scenarios.
There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain.
DayandNight.net. Slow drain? Backed up toilet? Call Day and Night to save $100 off any drain cleaning.
Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. From a slow drain to a major backup, no drain is too big or too small. Whether we're your first choice or smart second opinion, I guarantee our experts will solve any drain problem, day or night.
Now get $100 off any drain cleaning.
DayandNight.net.
You ever get on YouTube? And did you know that there's a place where you can find out everything that you ever wanted to know about DUI, but you might be afraid to ask? DUI Heroes has its own YouTube channel at DUI Heroes, where you can find out about DUI. 36 separate videos with free information about what happens during a DUI arrest. You can be informed, you can fight back. Give them a call at 1-800-DUI-HERO or find them online at DUIHeroes.com. DUI Heroes, your DUI defense specialist.
Les Schwab Tires has always believed that taking care of people is the right thing to do. Today, that means more than trusted service. It means delivering real value, too. That's why we're lowering prices on hundreds of tires without changing the service and expertise you've always counted on. Consumer Reports named Les Schwab the best tire retailer for 2026. We'll keep working every day to earn your trust. See leschwab.com for details.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to cars4kids.org now or call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Do you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. your flight would always be on time, and your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life sleep.
D.R. Horton's National Red Tag Sales Event is going on now through August 2nd. Stop by any of its participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. Visit drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder and equal housing opportunity builder.
At Madrona Financial and CPAs, we believe there are 7 steps that must be taken in preparation for a successful retirement. Retirement needs more than just a basic income plan. Hi, Jeff here with Madrona Financial and CPAs. Don't settle for a partial plan. Get the real deal by requesting your no-cost Madrona analysis today and discover what you may be missing. Call 833-673-7373 right now to request your analysis. That's 833-673-7373.
It is the Gee and Ursula Show. Ursula, I'm going to say me because it was me talking the loudest on this topic. Did I get a lot of men upset with me?
A lot of men are taking issue with some of the things that we talked about in the last segment. And one of the things, I had a discussion about this particular commentary in the Times with my husband and one of my sons. And I said, while some of these things were exaggerated, I think that there were some things like little tidbits of truths. And again, we also have to realize that we live in a part of the country where I think a lot of men have evolved and a lot of men are more involved in what goes on at home.
Still ain't there, though.
Exactly.
Sure. You should see me when I travel without my wife. I'm clueless. All right, scenarios.
Here we go, yo. So what's the scenario?
I had a serious girlfriend in high school. We dated from middle school. We dated from the middle of sophomore year until graduation. Then I joined the military and was sent overseas. We talked about marriage, but agreed that we were too young, had no money, and weren't ready yet. After my first tour, I came home, and she told me she just couldn't do a long-distance relationship anymore. We were finished. I was crushed. Then I found out that my ex was dating my best friend. I confronted him by email, and he said it just happened. Apparently, they started hanging out after I was deployed. So now I'm back home. Several years have gone by. I found a new woman, and we're very happy. And now I hear from my former best friend that he is marrying my ex, and he wants me to be his best man. He said that he misses our friendship and hopes I can forgive him and go back to how things used to be. Now I don't know how to sort out my feelings or know what to do. I need help. 888-973-5476 is the Muckleshoot Casino Resort text line. Ursula, you have the bat first.
So this is someone who cheated with your partner while you were gone and wants you to be his best man.
Right.
Unless there was some serious apologies, amends, and you have worked your situation into the right place and are able to have a friendship and able to forgive, I would say it's a terrible idea to be the best man. Because not only are you not being true to your feelings, your friend, your so-called best friend who cheated with your, was it wife already? Did you say wife or?
She was a girlfriend.
Girlfriend. Yeah. Cheated with your girlfriend, wants to make it up by having you as best man. I think that would just be bad mojo.
Hey, Ursula, I had a situation where I had a friend of mine.
Sorry, I just was seeing Roger's text message. Yeah.
I had a friend of mine that, you ready for this? He dated an ex-wife of mine. And it said, man, I didn't even recognize her. I had no idea who it was.
Oh, get out. Get out. That's not a best friend.
Right.
Yeah.
No, but it wasn't a best friend.
Okay.
But I'll say this. It's not even the fact, it's not the woman. Because whoever she dates is whatever. It's the fact that you look at the person, you're like, oh, I have a window into how you really view me. That's all it is.
Yeah.
And you can be this best man if you want to, but just know that this person does not think very highly of you. And if they thought highly of you, there's 8 billion people on the planet.
They would have picked somebody else.
They would have picked somebody else.
That's so horrible. And there are things that you just cannot make up. You cannot. I mean, I said it would take an incredibly forgiving person to move past that.
Yeah.
But I think it's a bad idea.
Yeah. What you got, Chef?
I can't share my feedback on the air without us receiving a fine. So I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. Chris and Lake Taps, Roger and the 206, back to back, said essentially the same things.
Yeah.
The initials are FO.
Hey, that was it.
Okay, before I go to Nick, I have an exercise. The exercise is this: think of all of your current friends right now, and could you point to one that you believe would most likely date your significant other if you guys broke up? Just try the exercise.
Yes.
Oh, wait. Okay, Nick.
It's happened in my school before, but I get not seeing it work out with long distance and the high school sweethearts breaking up after a while. But it seems a little messy when you find out that there was a little tomfoolery with your ex while you were out. And it wasn't with some random guy you didn't know, but someone you've been greater friends with for quite some time, maybe even longer than you've known your own ex.
She's my best friend's girl.
Now to be asked to be the best man at the wedding, I would not even go to the wedding in itself, let alone be in a main position of the whole ceremony. That just seems kind of out of the question.
Man, hey, that exercise right there.
Yeah. Don't dig much deeper.
Don't dig. Yeah. No, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I look.
Do I think that there would be people lined up if I were no longer in the picture
Today,
for my husband?
Mark? Heck yes.
Yes, I do think so.
Hey.
And do I think they would be there for Lillian?
Man,
yes.
Are you kidding me?
Yes,
Matter of
exactly.
fact, during the break, I'm going to go get some more coffee. I'm actually going to try that exercise out. And I'm going to think, let's see, who would be the ones?
Oh, wait, real quick.
Yeah.
425 said, I would absolutely say yes to being the best man, and then the day of the wedding, I would be missing in action. Okay.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's cold.
That's the petty route.
Coming up 11 o'clock hour, Lisa Mannion is going to join our show, right, Ursula?
Coming up at 11:30.
11:30.
Yeah, she's the King County prosecutor.
All right, we're coming up next. Gee Ursula.
For 250 years, Americans have believed in one powerful idea, that we are meant to live free to work hard, free to move, free to enjoy life without being held back. But if the natural effects of aging are slowing you down, it might be time to declare your independence from aging. John Curley here. Longevity Medical Clinic has been treating the undesirable effects of aging for nearly 30 years. They have more clinical experience with actual patient care than any longevity practice in the country. I've been a patient for 17 years. Wow, time flies when you got a lot of energy. I don't know where I'd be today without longevity. Longevity Medical Clinic was started so people can get back to living life on their own terms, walking, working, exercising, and enjoying the moments that matter most. This year, as we celebrate 250 years of American independence, take a stand for your own freedom. Get your free health analysis at Longevity Medical Clinic. Find out more at lmclinic.com.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates this weekend only. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Deep discounts. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission. Free delivery. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Point.
Hey, you okay? You don't normally miss those shots.
I just haven't been as regular lately, and it's making me feel sluggish.
You should try Metamucil. It's been a game changer for me. Metamucil's plant-based psyllium fiber helps trap and remove the waste that weighs you down.
Ace.
You're moving better than you were last week.
Definitely.
Metamucil keeps you moving. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Learn more at metamucil.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. Cargo ships will not face a 20% toll by the U.S. President Trump reversing course a day after proposing the fee for safe passage. The president now says instead the U.S. will get paid through what he calls trade deals. The U.S. had previously opposed Iran charging a fee.
I don't think anybody should be really in that position, but we were doing it as a reimbursement. The Gulf states are going to invest a tremendous amount of money into the United States, and that was very satisfactory to me. I think it's actually much better.
Escalations continue. Sirens sounding in Bahrain today as Iran targets U.S. sites. New York's Attorney General announced her state, along with a bipartisan coalition of 42 other attorneys general, have reached an $18 million settlement with 23andMe to protect consumers' private genetic data. That stems from the massive breach in 2023 impacting nearly 7 million consumers. The deal also secured new data protections. On Wall Street, stocks are mixed this hour. This is ABC News. A coast-to-coast heat wave has millions of Americans sweltering in western states. ABC's Kana Whitworth is in Salt Lake City.
Near record heat is baking much of the Midwest, with heat warnings and watches stretching across several states.
Triple-digit heat means more to us than records here. It means we have to take care of our citizens. We have to take care of our responders in new ways.
In popular destinations like Zion National Park, triple-digit temperatures are pushing hikers to their limits.
This last weekend, we had 2 in one day right here in the foothills right above Salt Lake City, and that's unusual for us.
Officials reminding people that heat is the deadliest weather hazard in the United States.
In parts of the Southwest, flooding remains a concern. More rain on the way. Some areas of Texas could see 6 inches of rainfall by Thursday. A major airline, United, looking to streamline its bottom line while offering a new perk, says it won't sell the middle seat and offer the new seat on the Airbus. Passengers will have access to a shared table. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
The Gates Foundation just lost a major donor. But first, KIRO Newsradio real-time traffic. This traffic report is brought to you by the Seattle Mariners. Expect typical slowdowns on northbound I-5 through downtown Seattle with heavier volumes on southbound 405 between Bellevue and Renton. That'll take you about 30 minutes right now. And watch out for congestion as you approach SR 520 Bridge and westbound I-90 heading into Seattle. Of course, your Revive I-5 traffic is causing havoc on everyone this morning. This traffic report. And now, don't miss fireworks nights all summer presented by T-Mobile. Next up is the 2000s Decade Show, July 17th. Get your tickets at mariners.com/fireworks.
KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. For the first time in nearly 2 decades, Warren Buffett is leaving the Gates Foundation off his annual donation list. Buffett announced he'll give about $6 billion this year to 4 family foundations instead. The move comes after concerns about Bill Gates' past ties to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Before testifying on Capitol Hill last month, Gates told this to reporters.
I hope my testimony is helpful to the important work of the committee to find justice for the victims.
Gates has denied wrongdoing and says he was unaware of Epstein's crimes. King County Sheriff says her deputies are not working with federal immigration agents on routine matters. Patty Cole Tyndall says the department has clear instructions for how deputies handle contact with ICE.
We do not cooperate with ICE for administrative matters.
Cole Tyndall says deputies will only assist when there's a judge-signed court order in a criminal case, and she says the county has joined lawsuits challenging federal grant conditions tied to immigration cooperation. A fuel leak is under investigation in Seattle's Elliott Bay. KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey reports state officials are working to clean up thousands of gallons of diesel after a hose failure at Harbor Island.
The Washington State Department of Ecology says between 2,500 and 5,000 gallons of diesel spilled yesterday at Vigor shipyards while crews were removing fuel from the USS Sampson. The Navy-guided missile destroyer was surrounded by a containment boom when that fuel hose failed. For perspective, 5,000 gallons is about 1/3 of your backyard swimming pool, or enough to fill your bathtub more than 300 times. The USS Sampson is home-ported in Everett. The Coast Guard, Navy, and other agencies are assisting with the cleanup. Luke Ducey, KIRO News Radio.
The campaign over Washington's millionaire's tax is officially underway. Governor Bob Ferguson has now launched an effort to keep the new tax in place, saying it asks the wealthiest Washingtonians to contribute while supporting schools and other state programs. Opponents argue it creates a new income tax system they want voters to repeal. Both sides are now preparing to fight this ahead of November's election. Filling out federal college financial assistance forms could soon be a requirement to graduate high school. That's a proposal Governor Bob Ferguson announced just yesterday and will submit to the legislature next year. Rachel Smith is president of the Pro-Business Washington Roundtable and threw her support behind it.
Washington, as has been said, has the most generous financial aid programs in the country, but far too many students and families don't know what's available to them.
Washington is near the bottom of the list of states for FAFSA completion rates. Now for your KIRO News Radio weather. Sunshine and warmer temperatures are back today. Expect a few high clouds and some light smoke and haze overhead. Highs reach the upper 70s north of Seattle, then low to mid 80s from Seattle south. A slight chance of thunderstorms arrives Thursday with warm weather continuing into the weekend. Right now it's 65 in downtown Seattle. I'm Katrina Gashard, KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
This is the Gee and Ursula Show with G. Scott and Ursula Reutin.
Hey, good morning, everybody. It is the Gee and Ursula Show. Grateful that you are hanging out with us today. Good morning to you, Ursula.
Good morning. Hey, coming up at 11:30, we have the King County Prosecutor, Lisa Mannion, joining us. And one of the proposals that she is pushing for is to crack down on those who are buying all the stolen copper wire, right? Like the folks, the scrap metal recycler is trying to make it harder for them to just buy from people who are clearly selling stolen items. So she's going to join us because, I mean, what the heck? What happened last session? That seems like such a no-brainer. Why didn't it pass? Well, it's coming up again. There's going to be a bigger push.
Yeah.
So we'll talk about that coming up at 11:30. We're going to do Agree to Disagree coming up here in about 10 minutes. So we're going to do it a little bit early. But right now, Muckleshoot Casino Resort text line is open for you, 888-973-5476, 888-973 KIRO.
Top stories at 11.
On the Gee and Ursula Show.
So in the last hour, G, we talked about how women are still outworking men by a mile when it comes to what goes on in the home while their pay at work is falling farther behind. And you in particular, but me too, got some folks really triggered, but other people were agreeing with what these studies are showing.
Right.
That despite all the gains women have made in the workplace and in society, and we acknowledge that a lot of men have stepped up a lot more when it comes to work at home. But bottom line of studies, numerous studies say that women are still carrying the biggest burden in the home.
Right.
And we had some people who were really upset about that.
Yeah. Well, before we read some of these text messages, I just don't really understand you being that upset about something that we're not talking about the exceptions. Ursula, you talk about it all the time in your household, what Long Live Mark does in the house. We talk about Chef. There are men that sometimes they do a lot of the work inside of the home. So we're not saying that, but we're talking about the majority of what usually happens. And so there's some text messages that were upset. And also funny, 360 says, who kills more spiders? People argue because their lives are different than yours.
360, you nailed that one. Yeah. I don't believe the number of times I've called Mark from a different room to deal with a teeny tiny spider.
I had to read the funny one first.
Yes. Anonymous in Auburn says, it pains me to no end to continue to hear how women carry the burden in the house. I am the sole breadwinner, yet I also do the vast majority of things around the house and handle most of the kids' activities after school. I've got serious marriage issues with my wife, and this is a big component of those.
Oh, Dave and Graham says, I'm not sure what the point of that article is. I work my butt off all day in construction world, and my wife works her butt off all day, keeping our household running. We are a perfect match. If the roles were reversed, it would be the same. She would work her butt off at work, and I would keep the household running. I don't know why people constantly think men and women have to be the same. We have our distinct innate differences and genetically are predisposed to be better at certain things. Uh-oh, I ain't touching that one.
You guys want to respond to these?
Hey, Ursula, now I'm just going to ask you simple. Does anybody agree that women or men are predisposed to do something better than others? Like, for example.
No, it's societal.
Thank you.
Yeah, it is a societal expectation more than, hey, I am better at this. I am better at washing dishes. Mark is better at washing dishes than I am.
Is he?
Yes.
Explain.
Yes,
Explain.
because he will not allow a dish with too much gunk on it to go into the dishwasher. He'll do pre-rinse better than me. He has an organized way of putting it in the dishwasher, whereas I will just haphazardly put it. And I'm not saying it's weaponized incompetence. I just figure get it in the dishwasher, put it where you may, and it'll get cleaned.
Now, growing up, I'm going to dig into that because usually I believe a lot of things happen when you're growing up. So when you were growing up, these were your chores. It sounds like when you were growing up, dishes and things weren't a chore.
Well, I grew up, my first 13 years were in the Philippines, and the sad reality is we had help that we paid.
Oh.
And so I came to the United States as a 13-year-old, didn't know how to do my own laundry. Now I do laundry all the time. So that is the thing I do.
Now that's very interesting.
Yes.
You were 13 before you learned how to do laundry?
Probably even later than that.
I promise you, Baby G was like 7.
Right?
You better get that laundry,
well,
bro.
and just the regular cleaning, all of that, that's not something that we did growing up. I think it was a disservice to us not to know how.
Can I point out something? Because we had someone who wrote in and said, hey, Mark, long live Mark, and Chef, they're great examples of, men who do their equal share. And Ursula, the way you've explained it with Mark, you absolutely have an equitable relationship.
Yes.
But I would like to point out that I am certainly not perfect, and that Gabby does far much more of the labor in our home when it comes to the kids. Like our social calendar, entirely her. Our finances, entirely her. I plan some of the play dates and I establish some of the relationships, but overwhelmingly when it comes to planning, coordinating, managing tasks in the home, it is her. I mean, because I do dishes and because I do laundry and because I participate in childcare, I get credit for that. And that is held up as some sort of like paragon or example. That doesn't even mean that our relationship is equal. She does way more than me. And the fact that I get credit just for the simple fact that I participate shows you the problem. Because, like, I mean, how often do we still...
It's expected of the women,
yes,
but hey, give
men
extra
get
credit for... Yeah,
I mean, we still... Oh, gosh, you have the kids this weekend? That's going to be hard on you, Dad. What are you talking about? Mom does that stuff all the time.
I'm curious, though. See, you're able to acknowledge that. You don't
It was hard for me to
you don't
acknowledge.
feel threatened by it. Right? You're like, hey, I could do better.
Yeah. And I mean, and it's something I want to get better at, but honestly, like, I feel guilty about it a lot of the times, you know, and it's easy for me as a dad, for example, with his kids to be like, gosh, I can't handle it right now. You know, they're just too out of control and I'm going to get emotional. And so she's picking up the wreckage, right?
Weaponized incompetence.
By the way, I was thinking about something.
Yeah.
Since we got all these text messages and y'all are triggered, let's make a deal. Let's make a compromise. This Thanksgiving, let's do a deal. I want you to take a picture of the kitchen or the space where food is being prepared, and that's all. Take a picture, and we'll see the majority of the people that are preparing or cooking the food during Thanksgiving. If your house has the majority of men preparing all the food, then I tell you what, prove me wrong.
Up.
Matter of fact, text in right now. If you have a picture of a Thanksgiving where the majority of the people in the kitchen, 5 or more, were all men preparing the deviled eggs and getting ready outside of slicing the turkey, because for some reason, it's always the man that sliced the turkey, right? But anyway, that's how we can prove it, Ursula.
Gee,
we can find out who does it that way.
I have to expound briefly on that because it's not just cooking the meal, right? Who initiated the text thread with all the family members and planned who's bringing what? Who purchased all of the decorations and put up all of the decorations? Who cleaned up afterwards, right? Who wrote the thank you cards at Christmas? It is so much more than just, well, I cooked, so we're 50-50.
And fellas, what did you cook? Did you make the prime rib? Did you make the deep fried turkey? Or did you make the pies? Did you make the cakes? Did you make the desserts? Did you make the sides?
Now, I'm curious, though, and you're funny. But, I mean, some people are so triggered to even suggest, there's one, Kevin from Renton, who went down a path and said, the most hated person in the world is the white man. Thank you for that. Did we at any point imply?
He said we didn't have to. He said
thank you so much for spreading the evil.
He said what? He said we didn't. But Kevin from Britain said, hey, 70% of the people here in this area are white. So
basically, we're hating on them by saying that there's an inequity.
And especially when you're giving praise, when you're bringing up Long Live Mark and you're bringing up Chef. Hey, man.
Okay. Excuse me, but...
Hey, Kevin for Renton, man. I'm like, hey,
Mark is white.
You okay, fam?
I don't know. I mean, he's just really going down a warpath with us, talking about his IQ plummeting right now. But, okay, anyway, let's go to... How about this? Brad in Everett, who says, I will have to say women do more in the home. It's from my own experience. My own dad was lost when my mom died. He had no idea how to live. He couldn't pay the bills, cook dinner, anything to do with running a home. My mom did all that. Now, at the same time, I have a same age as me friend I've known for 50 years. He married his high school girlfriend and is still married to her today. They own a home, good portfolio, and extremely good credit, all because of his wife running the home. And my friend admits he would be just like my dad if his wife passes before him because he has no idea how to run the home. Now, Brad and Everett is admitting something that's not, there's no shame in that.
Hey, Ursula. Hey, Ursula. Have you guys ever heard of a story You ever heard of a story where during Thanksgiving, all the women did was just sit around and watch football while the men all took care of everything? No. I'm just asking.
Not heard that.
Larry says, who takes out the garbage? Ursula and I were having a conversation this morning.
My husband takes out the garbage.
Three most stereotypical male tasks, which would be taking out the garbage, right? Taking care of the lawn and the yard, and taking care of the cars and home repairs. Those are all intermittent tasks. They're not daily. And if you're talking about the yard or the lawn, let's see, how many months of the year do you really take care of the lawn here in the Pacific Northwest?
Hey. Watch it. I take care of my
Yeah, 4 months? You do. You've really gotten into it.
First of all, in order for your lawn to look good right now, it's the work that you put in September and October. That's right. By the way, if you're mad about this topic, I don't know what to tell you, but I'm having a good old time with this.
Okay, on weaponized incompetence, let's do another funny one.
Okay.
Scott on Orca says, weaponized incompetence, like when G acts like he can't open News Boss or whatever y'all call it. Dude, you couldn't be more accurate.
I gotta tell you, that really doesn't apply. That's just a shtick that I use.
It is a shtick.
Like if I need to open up News Boss,
you will.
Hey, I just want to tell you guys. I know I give you guys a shtick, but I want you to think about it for a second. I mean, and you guys, you can see how many that look like me have worked for KIRO in the last 80 years, especially as a host. Do you guys think that if I really was incompetent in some of these things, I would still be here as a radio host? Come on now. It's literally, you have to be, but it's fun to say, I can't open up News Boss. But it was a good one, Scott. It was good.
Someone who listens regularly.
Yes,
Thank you.
Yes.
You guys want to move on to something lighter?
Yes.
Okay.
We're gonna do agree to disagree.
Yes.
Serene sent the pic. Here's my pic of my husband who made a whole salt chicken, showing our son how to chop a whole chicken.
See, that
son is a great cook. Since retiring, my husband cooks 95% of our meals. Chef,
Amen, brother.
I take out all the garbage. By the way, Serene, I love this picture. But hey, who do you guys think cooks the majority of the time at the Scott household? Me or Lillian?
You.
Exactly.
And in my house, Mark. Shouldn't come as no surprise to anybody.
Great picture, Serene. All right, well,
let's do agree to disagree. Brought to you by Guardian Roofing and Gutters.
One of these days, we just got to take off the glove. Just really go.
All right, let's have some fun here. The Guardian published an essential summer etiquette list. And one that really stuck out with me, because it's a pretty big bugaboo for a lot of folks, is whether it's ever okay to save a spot by the pool or the chairs on the beach by draping your towel over it if you're not there. Ursula, I'm going to go with you because you're more of the
pool person?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, you can do it. You can do it to an extent, though. And people too often abuse that situation. When you go on a cruise ship, for example, you will notice that people start putting their towels out at 8 in the morning. They're not sunning. They're just saving their spots for later in the day. And then they come and go, and maybe they'll be gone for 2 hours at a time, not sitting on those seats. Meanwhile, folks are coming out like there's no place to sit. I think that's being selfish. So I would say I respect it for a couple of hours. If they aren't using the seat, then after a couple of hours, I have been known to move some of those towels.
A couple of hours?
Yeah, like 2 hours. I get when someone goes to lunch, and needs to eat and come back.
You're
but
eating
beyond
lunch,
that,
that's not your seat.
Okay, what pools are we talking about? Are we talking about the pools,
hotel
the private
pools,
pool or hotel pool? Okay, let's just
that's
what I'm saying.
Private pools.
Let's take hotel pools, right? The reason why I believe that hotels should have some type of just a blanket reserve on all of it, and then you have to go to the front desk or to like, hey, I have a family of this amount. Okay, we'll bring you out to sit here, is because a lot of problems can occur if you don't have that. There are people who will just throw your towel on the ground. You have, let's say you have 4 towels, you reserve that, and there's somebody that's going to take those seats, and then you come out and like, hey, our towels was there. That's a potential for a problem. Then you have somebody who gets outrageous and they put 9 towels down. there's so many problems that can happen when you don't have any type of clear-cut system on that, because some people take advantage of that and they're just jerks, or somebody who puts down 2 towels, and then there's some guy like me that comes over and says, "Oh, I don't see those towels. Oop, whoopee," and I just throw the towels away.
Yeah, so, that's frustrating too.
So it needs to be some type of, all of the seats are reserved, and then you go check in with the front desk. So then you can be, okay, you're going to be in here. Okay, great. Come over here. We'll place you.
But if they don't see you, and actually more cruise ships are doing this, for example, or more places, public places are saying, if you have your towel there and it's unused and you haven't used your seat in a couple of hours, and usually it's 2, they're going to move it.
I've seen some cat fights.
Oh,
really?
I've seen it. I've seen people.
Yeah.
Vegas.
Yeah.
If you aren't in the pool, the towel should be gone, right? It's not like something you come back to.
I don't. You know what it kind of reminds me of? Ursula, how are you about when that person is standing in the parking spot?
Oh, I get so mad.
And you're circling around, and there's a person standing there in the parking spot.
Yeah, that's annoying, but I'm not going to run them over.
But I don't suggest people do that.
Yes.
That is not a good idea. You might have the wrong person want to take that spot.
This is true.
There's just different things you start to learn, like, okay, buddy, no problem. You can have that spot.
If you're the person doing that, you better be handicapped and the handicap spots are full.
All right. Hey, Ursula, King County Prosecutor Lisa Mannion is going to be on the show. We're going to be asking her because she made a comment, and she said, hey, they got to get it done and make it to where the buyers are more responsible on what's going on with copper wire theft. Next, Gee Ursula.
This hour is brought to you by DUI Heroes.
Dear Ursula, I have a group of friends who have bonded over...
Hi, I'm Ursula Reutin from the Gee and Ursula Show, and I'm launching a new podcast called Ask Ursula. This is your space. Real life, real questions, whether it's about family, friendships, love, and yes, even the fun stuff like travel and finding your signature scent. Hit me up and ask your questions at mynorthwest.com/Ursula. I look forward to connecting with you.
At mynorthwest.com and the Gee and Ursula YouTube channel.
It's the best time of the year at Staples, with back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech and more at staples.com/back-to-school.
You know what you can trust? The protection you get when you bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive. You know what you can't trust? Everything else, apparently. Like when you saw that article that said that thing you eat every day is a superfood and great for your gut health, but then 30 seconds later, a different article warns you to avoid it and it's taking years off your life. Well, which is it? Kind of a big difference there. Anyway, bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive for reliable coverage in a reliably unreliable world. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. If your air conditioner is barely hanging on, CM Heating has one of the best offers I've heard this summer. Right now, you can get any size high-efficiency AC system for just $179.99 a month with zero upfront costs. And here's the game changer. CM Heating's Comfort as a Service program includes lifetime repairs, annual maintenance, and even filters at no additional charge ever. Go to cmheating.com and schedule your free estimate online today.
License number CMHEAHL 751LW.
Les Schwab Tires has been proudly serving communities for over 70 years, and we've collected thousands of inspiring stories. Like Kate, who was off on a long road trip with her best friend when the dash lit up like a game show. They find the nearest Les Schwab. Turns out they really needed an oil change. It was done in a flash. Road trip saved. At Les Schwab, we're proud to keep you rolling. Les Schwab Tires. Our greatest story is yours. Stories are composites inspired by real customer feedback.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Deep, deep discounts. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission. Free delivery. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandswimspasale.com.
We meet by accident, fixing every last dent, accurate auto body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last dent, accurate auto body.
Looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get the same breakthrough one-day treatment I received at Advanced Hair during their once-yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during their best offer of the year. For details and a free consultation, call 425-449-8185, advancedhair.com.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spellbook.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one. Because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
D.R. Horton's National Red Tag Sales Event is going on now through August 2nd. Stop by any of its participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. Visit drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. While seated next to the Iraqi prime minister in the Oval Office this morning, President Trump teased what he'll tell Americans on Thursday night.
Our country has to shape up. But that's what we're going to be talking about Thursday is it doesn't get bigger, because without free and fair elections, you don't have a country. We'll be discussing other things too.
The president describes it as a speech to the nation set for 6 p.m. local time. The CDC is expected to release an update today as it investigates a nationwide outbreak of cyclopsoriasis. In King County, health officials have confirmed 15 cases, but say only one appears to have been contracted locally. 2 cases were reported back in April, while 13 others were identified between June and July. Health officials are still trying to determine the source of the parasite, which can spread through fresh produce. All eyes are on the NBA commissioner, Adam Silver, today as expansion bids from Seattle and Las Vegas are in. But as KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey reports, there's a potential problem.
Seattle has just one ownership group in the running, led by Kraken Majority Leader Samantha Holloway and One Roof Sports and Entertainment, with Melinda French Gates among the investors. But Las Vegas has 4 competing ownership bids, creating a logjam that could push a Sonics return beyond the 2028-29 NBA season. Adam Silver on the Dan Patrick Show.
We're in the process of talking to groups that are interested in getting an expansion team in those 2 cities.
Another hurdle, current NBA owners may not want to split their annual profits with 2 new expansion teams. Luke Ducey, KIRO News Radio.
Yellowstone's latest bison attack victim says he's lucky to be alive. Whatcom County resident Carr McDaniel tells CNN the bison stood over him after tossing him into the air. He says the animal could have stomped or gored him, but walked away instead. McDaniel suffered a broken femur. He underwent surgery and has started physical therapy already. Now to your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic right now. Everett to Seattle is going to take you at least 50 minutes right now. Linwood to Seattle is going to take you at least 40 minutes. This traffic report is brought to you by KIRO News Radio. And for your weather, sunshine and warm temperatures today, low clouds this morning, but expect some clouds tomorrow and Wednesday. There is some upper level haze today. There could be more haze tomorrow, which may impact air quality. It'll be cooler Thursday with a chance for a few showers. Right now, it's 66 in downtown Seattle. I'm Katrina Gashard, KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
Welcome back to the Gee and Ursula Show. We sure appreciate you hanging out with us. And we have talked about this situation a lot. Copper wire theft. It's costing us taxpayers far more than the value of the metal itself. And we brought up the recent case after thieves stripped wire from the West Seattle Bridge, causing at least $100,000 in damage. King County prosecutor Lisa Mannion is now asking lawmakers to take another look at a bill that she says would make it much harder for criminals to profit. And I'm happy to say that Prosecutor Mannion joins us now live in studio. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you so much for inviting me.
So let's explain what exactly you are asking lawmakers to do. What would change if your proposal were to become law?
So if lawmakers were to pass this bill, it would really tamp down on the demand side of copper wire theft. And the legislation is like really simple regulation. It would require recyclers to take a photo of the copper wire and to upload it into an existing database that is monitored by law enforcement. It also gives law enforcement the ability to seize stolen material. So it thereby really provides a disincentive for any recycler to buy something that they think is suspicious or stolen. Common sense legislation.
They would have to wait 10 days, right?
Correct.
Before they could actually sell it.
Correct.
Because what is happening now?
Well, what's happening right now is that we have individuals who are stealing copper wire and they're getting a little bit of money. And it's little bit compared to the amount of damage that they're causing, like hundreds of thousands of dollars, and also the impact to our infrastructure, for example. Sound transit, the Washington State Attorney General's office, other lawmakers are on board and going to fight with us in 2027. We really need to get this legislation passed.
Is it possible to, because this isn't, I mean, it sounds like just property crime, but this ends up being a public safety issue considering the people that are without internet, things that can't move. Is there a way to convince or talk to them down in Olympia to let them know that this could be a public safety issue?
Well, this is why we have talked to Sound Transit, the Washington State Attorney General's office, other lawmakers. We're really building a coalition of voices to really explain to lawmakers the tremendous impact that these thefts have on our community, not just in terms of course, public safety, but also the impact to our infrastructure, the amount of damage that is caused that is borne by taxpayers, and we can prevent this crime.
How about with catalytic converters? Did that happen with that?
Sure. I mean, we're following kind of the same approach. So we worked really hard to pass legislation that went into effect in April of 2025. Mm-hmm. And that simply allowed recyclers to mark catalytic converters. It allowed law enforcement to be able to trace catalytic converters back to the source. And we saw those crimes plummet in all parts of King County.
It feels like, okay, it's not rocket science, and yet, I mean, this bill did not advance during the last legislative session. I know it was a short session, but what is your message to lawmakers this time around why it needs to happen?
Well, one, it's an important tool to really tamp down on the demand of copper wire, and it will reduce theft. Also, this isn't a new bill for lawmakers to review. We introduced it in 2026. Yeah. It seems like common sense legislation.
Yeah, why didn't it pass?
I don't know. I know that there were a lot of things going on in the session in 2026, but I really hope that lawmakers come together in 2027 and make this a priority.
You listen to the voice of King County Prosecutor Lisa Mannion here on the Gee and Ursula Show. Let's just say it passes. right?
Okay.
And if it does pass, in your opinion, do you think it will plummet the crimes the same way catalytic converters plummet as well?
That is absolutely my hope. And if catalytic converter thefts are any kind of indicator, that's what we expect to happen with copper wire theft for sure.
So some recyclers already refuse to buy unstripped wire. Why isn't that enough? I'm trying to think of what would be any kind of pushback on this.
I'm not sure what the pushback is because this seems like such an easy common sense approach. You take a photo, you upload it into a database that's already existing. There's a wait period. Law enforcement has the ability to seize stolen materials and trace it back, hopefully to thieves, so we can bring those folks to accountability. But I think we're going to have broad support. I have high hopes that this legislation will pass in 2027.
I think so. They were probably just worried about that millionaire's tax the whole time, and they wasn't paying attention to it. No, I'm just saying. I mean, there's no way that comes across your table, and you don't use common sense. I think the fact that she's on the show, we're talking about it.
Yes,
it's gonna pass next time.
Okay, so let's just go back to what you said about the copper itself is maybe worth a few $100 or $1,000, but the damage is like
the damage,
tenfold or
the
100-fold.
amount of labor and materials to replace, fix, repair, to get things back into working order. That type of damage often totals into the hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Like the West Seattle Bridge.
Correct. $100,000 in damage.
So the suspect in that case, what kind of charges and what kind of penalty could that person face if convicted?
So we have charged that individual with malicious mischief first degree, with theft first degree, and with impersonating first degree. So three felony cases.
What kind of sentence could that person face?
Oh, gosh. Right off the top of my head, I'm sorry. I just don't have that math right in my
no,
head.
it's fine. I'm just because I know there are going to be also some people who say, why aren't they facing more punishment? The ones who are actually stealing.
Well, I will tell you, research is really clear that often it is not the amount of sentence. It's the fact that there is certainty and accountability, that there's swift action, that folks know that they will be held accountable, that is actually where the deterrence comes from, not actually the sentence. So I really applaud the police for taking swift action.
Absolutely, because the guy was impersonating a city light employee, and now the West Seattle Bridge, I think the lights just still aren't working just yet because the fix is so expensive.
Well, it's expensive and it's time consuming.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of man hours, person hours to do that. Yes.
Absolutely. Okay, I want to ask you about one other case that is in the news right now, and that is involving an attempted kidnapping at Pike Place Market. The man accused of this was expected back in court today. But for people who aren't familiar with the story, the suspect approached a family, complimented the child, then grabbed the stroller, and baby's grandmother had to kick the suspect to create space while the kid's parents got the family to safety. Now, my understanding is that your office has sent that case to the city attorney's office.
Well, actually, it was the Seattle Police Department that sent
Seattle
that
Police Department.
case
Okay.
to
Okay.
the
Thank you
Seattle
for the
City Attorney's
clarification.
office.
So why?
Police know this, right? Lawyers know this. We have to have evidence sufficient to prove every element of the crime and to also establish probable cause. So police who are very close to this investigation, who took swift action, they shared with us they did not feel that they had the evidence necessary to support felony charges, so referred it to the Seattle City Attorney's Office for filing consideration. That doesn't in any way diminish the amount of fear that this family felt, right? And I want to make that sure that no one thinks that this is a value or in any way diminishes what they were going through. Also, I just want to say I appreciate how thorough the Seattle Police Department their investigation was in this case. I really appreciate the thoughtfulness with which they handled their work, and also that they were really honest and transparent about what they had and what they believed they could present to lawyers to present in court.
And I was going to say, and that's a great point to make, because oftentimes people will hear this case and it's like, wait, what? Is this part of the whole, we're just going to give you a slap on the wrist? No, it was actually SPD saying, we don't have enough evidence to prove this crime was a felony.
Right. They didn't believe that they had enough evidence to present to us to support felony charges. Exactly.
Thank you for clarifying that. Lisa Mannion, King County prosecutor, we are hoping that the next time, well, we'll have you on for other reasons, but the next time we talk about this, when it comes to copper wire theft, I hope it's that the legislature has passed this bill.
Agreed, 100%.
Is there anybody pushing back that we need to get on our show? Anybody pushing back on this common sense?
In the conversations that we've been having, we've been building broad support. So I have high hopes in 2027 that this legislation will pass.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up next, text messages, feedback, and then Ursula's words to live by.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Did you know that 4,000 women are diagnosed with breast cancer every year in Washington state? I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda with Northwest Hope and Healing. We provide financial support for breast and gynecologic cancer patients in our community. Join us at Life in Color, a summer brunch, auction, and fashion show on August 23rd at the Somme Hotel in Woodinville for an unforgettable afternoon of inspiration. Get your tickets now for Life in Color on August 23rd at nwhopeandhealing.org. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
Hey, I'm not one to say I told you so, but do you remember last year when I told you that Pure Talk was hands down the best wireless company that I'd ever used? Well, some of you were skeptical, but Consumer Reports just asked 120,000 people to rate every wireless company in America, including the big boys. Well, guess which company was the only company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. Coverage, support, value, data. 5 stars across the board. No service contracts, no cancellation fees, just great U.S. customer service on a crazy fast 5G network for a fraction of what you've been paying. I'm not going to say I told you so, but I will encourage you one more time to dial pound 250, say micro, and switch to a 5-star American wireless company that won't let you down. Pure Talk.
I like it hot.
Beg your pardon?
Can you make it hot for me, Dan?
I think so.
Half heated ain't hot enough.
No.
That's why I called you.
Apollo Plumbing.
Yeah, my sorry old water heater.
Oh.
Ain't getting me the hots anymore.
You want hot water.
That's what I said.
That's what we do at Apollo Plumbing.
And you're ready?
Right now.
When can you?
How about today?
Same day?
We'll have you in hot water tonight.
Clever. How about an upgrade?
A tankless water heater would mean endless hot water.
Now you're cooking.
That's just for starters.
Starters?
How about we make it a worry-free water heater?
Worry-free?
Wrenchie's worry-free warranty.
Which covers?
Repair, service, all included.
And when it wears out?
Apollo replaces it.
No extra charge?
Nothing.
Nil?
Nada. As an Apollo A-list member, you're covered.
And payments?
To fit your budget with approved credit, of course.
And I'm hot again.
Worry-free.
That's for me.
We're on our way.
Thanks for making it hot.
We're ApolloPlumbing.com.
Summer is the time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your abs or tan. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your very own hair the very next day, and they guarantee your new hair will grow. They are the team that addressed my hair loss, and I recommend them to everyone. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar. Advanced Hair's summer sales event is on for a limited time. So get the details and schedule your free consultation today. 425-449-8185. One-day treatment, life-changing results. With Advanced Hair, your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and make the call now while their summer savings event is still on. That's 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
The sounds of summer. They're great until they're not. Luckily, AutoZone has free battery testing and charging
Let me check that for you.
to help make a rough moment smooth. Don't miss the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone. Free products with select deals until July 27th. And free services every day. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life sleep.
Olympic Hot Tub has terrific ways to achieve total wellness at home. Saltwater hot tubs, swim spas, saunas, and cold plunges, all waiting for you. See our current specials with exciting savings at olympichottub.com. Better you, better life.
Jason Rance here. If your water heater is getting older, leaking, or running out of hot water, CM Heating has an affordable solution. Get a new gas or electric water heater installed starting at just $44.99 a month. With CM Heating's Comfort as a Service program, you'll get lifetime repairs and maintenance at no extra charge. Parts and labor covered for life. Plus, same-day installation is available in many cases. Schedule your free estimate today at cmheating.com.
License number CMHEAHL 750LP.
Hey, good morning, everybody. It is the Gee and Ursula Show. Grateful that you all are hanging out with us today. Oh, my goodness. The show went by fast, and we had on Lisa Mannion, the King County prosecutor, on the show. And I got to tell you, that topic was the most common sense topic I think we've ever talked about with an elected official.
I mean, it feels like a no-brainer for Olympia to pass it, yet somehow it didn't go anywhere last session. So maybe this time.
If there's one thing that I've learned, and I have seen a lot of the common sense thing that you'd believe, like I could give you guys examples of what we have seen on a federal level.
Yes. Yeah. Or, well, another thing that the prosecutor Mannion has brought up is the whole thing about how many times kids can have gun-related crimes before they will actually have some kind of substantial accountability. Yeah. Right? I mean,
up to 5 times.
Yes. It's like unbelievable. Anyway, okay, we talked about a lot of things today, including Albertsons being on trial for their alleged role in the opioid epidemic. Yeah. Mark in Nisqually says, trying to remember any people wearing ties and suits going to a real prison. Can you say the name Sackler family? Like, did any of them go to prison?
Chris in Renton says there was no system to track or cross-check between doctors and pharmacies to ensure that people were not receiving too many opioid prescriptions. As someone who was married to a person with a serious addiction, I watched as that person was able to see 4 different doctors each week, each prescribing the same amount of oxycodone for the same fictitious ailment.
Wow. Lori in Lakewood says, a horrible side effect of the government crackdown, though, on pain pills. People in pain were able to live their lives, go out and work, function, and now they lie in bed all day in pain. It's horrible.
I'm glad they brought up that point about those that were able to go out to work and function. Women still outworking men at the house. Kenny in Auburn says, this topic reminds me of the same defensive posture certain people take when you point out other discrepancies and inequalities in history and present society. Oh, Kenny, yes. I don't know who you are.
Nailed it.
Ooh, I needed that.
509 says, I just want to say, my friend and I used to make conversations over how much we do around the house, and our husbands would be lost without us. In a tragic accident, I lost my friend a few years ago, and she left her husband and 2 daughters behind. The husband stepped it up and has been very successful at running the household and raising his daughters. Sometimes as women, we are a little too controlling of the management of the home, and we might need to give up that responsibility to allow for a true partnership. Now, that's a thing that we didn't talk about.
Yeah.
And that's true. Maybe we need to give more men a chance.
I mean, if there's only one bathroom in a house and you're getting ready to have company, who in your house, Ursula, would you trust to clean the bathroom the best?
Me.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, that's one of those areas
I would go Lillian, too. Would you buy secondhand goods if you can't prove they weren't stolen? Dave in Snohomish County says, Would you buy some jewelry that came from a despicable mining operation? Would you buy healthcare premiums from a company that denies people life-saving medicine?
Okay, that's interesting. Those are interesting dilemmas.
They got deep.
That got deep.
They got deep.
And do you equate those with flat-out stolen goods? So is that a justification for buying stolen goods?
No, I was pointing out that virtually everything we touch has some level of plausible deniability.
And some kind of taint to it.
Yes.
It's kind of like when we wrote. Oh, good.
Okay. Governor Ferguson wants high school students to complete the FAFSA in order to graduate or choose to opt out. Amy in Redmond says the FAFSA is not simple to complete. I'm a CPA and was really confused about the FAFSA form. It had really bad explanations and definitions. Yeah, it's not easy.
G hates family game night. Male on Baber says, G, you're speaking my language. My brain works all day. I do not want to focus on a game in my free time.
Lonnie and Graham says, I love game nights, but at the same time, G is right. Because if you have someone who's really competitive, you're not going to be able to have nice conversations with anybody.
Yeah. All right, Ursula, let's go. It's time for your words to live by.
I love this one. I don't know who I can give credit to, but no matter how educated, talented, rich, or cool that you believe you are, how you treat people ultimately tells all. Integrity is everything.
You know, I got to stop and say that's a really good words to live by. But unfortunately, today we're seeing a different time where how you treat people doesn't always get, it's not really the value. You can see people treat folks horrible and they still do their thing. It's unfortunate. I love that words to live by.
It is unfortunate, and so this is aspirational for all.
Yes, it is. Good stuff, Ursula. Nick, what you got, man?
Well, we have a newer story in our local world of sports with a fresh new face that owns our Hawks and the football in his court. But there's also one more story that's been lingering with us, getting teases of the Sonics coming back without a fuss.
Same old song and dance.
And maybe we need the ladies more involved with that return. After all, they get more work done that us guys could watch and learn. But don't tell that to G. He puts in that work in the yard to provide his fair share over there.
Oh, thanks, Nick. I missed those. I ain't heard these in a minute.
Yeah, it's
brother.
been a minute for you.
All right. Ursula, tomorrow's Wednesday. We're going to do it again.
Yes, we are.
Can't wait.
Today was even faster than yesterday. It's like, what is happening?
Fast show.
I start at 9 and I all of a sudden look up, it's 11:30. Wow.
I'm going to get pedicures today at 5. I'm excited.
What color are you picking?
Black.
It's always black.
It's always black.
You mean clear?
Somebody from Renton might say, G, I can't believe you're picking black toenail polish. Thanks, Chef. Thanks, Ursula. Thanks, Nick.
You too.
Hey, the Jake and Spike Show coming in next. Appreciate you for listening. Love you for that. And as always, be kind.
Hope you have as much fun as we have. So long, everybody.
Time connection, change your direction. Ain't gonna change it, can't rearrange it. Can't stand the pain when it's all the same to you, my friend.
After the mild winter we just had, forecasters are predicting above average temperatures this summer across western Washington. If your home is struggling to stay cool, your attic could be the culprit. Jake Skorheim here. Poor insulation or no insulation in your attic can account for up to 40% of the heat gain in your home over the summer. That puts a load on your air conditioner and it can leave you sweating. Fortunately, Valentine Roofing has you covered. This summer, bundle energy-saving attic insulation with a new roof and save 10%. That's better comfort, improved energy efficiency, and less strain on your cooling system. Thousands of homeowners have trusted Valentine Roofing for roofing, attic insulation, and complete home protection because every project comes with the Valentine experience. Seamless communication, meticulous cleanup, and extra mile service. Plus, with no money down on your project, you don't pay until your project is complete. Call 206 Roofing to save 10% when you bundle a new roof and attic insulation. That's 206 Roofing. And remember, when you see the red Valentine van, you know your home is in good hands.
Your old water heater's starting to peter.
Day and night, but
Day and Night has $150 off installation of any new water heater, including tankless, backed by a free lifetime warranty.
Hi, I'm Bruce. When your old water heater leaks or fails, the damage could be catastrophic. Whether you need an emergency replacement or you're planning ahead before it leaks, give us a call and we'll help you get into hot water again.
Get $150 off installation of any new water heater.
DayandNight.net. Do you get sinus infections, congestion, sinus pressure and pain, sinus headaches? You've gone to the doctor. You visit urgent care over and over again. And it's always the same thing, right? Oh, I know. Let's try antibiotics and some nasal sprays. But they just keep coming back. You may suffer with chronic sinus infections. The good news? Relief is possible. How? A minimally invasive procedure called the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic. Imagine a procedure so delicate there are no narcotics. Less cutting means less bleeding, so no packing, and no operating room. The Sinusoft procedure is designed for the clinic. If you suffer with chronic sinus infections, facial pain, pressure, and congestion, find out if the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic, is the solution for you. Call and set an appointment today. 206-388-2770. 206-388-2770. That's 206-388-2770.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KIRO FM and HD1 Tacoma, Seattle.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. A U.S. official confirms the U.S. military is conducting more airstrikes in Iran, and Iran has launched strikes throughout the region. The escalation's already being felt at the pump. Gas Buddy's Patrick DeHaan predicts prices in the U.S. will top $4 a gallon soon.
After 8 weeks of declining, we may see a multi-week upward trajectory after oil's big jump yesterday after new escalations in the strait between the U.S. and Iran. It likely will start to cost Americans more to fill up.
A swearing-in ceremony today for Darlene Graham, sister of the late Senator Lindsey Graham. She'll serve as interim senator of South Carolina until January. In Biddeford, Maine, the man fatally shot yesterday by a federal agent during an immigration operation has been identified by Senator Angus King's office as Johann Sebastian Guerrero. Homeland Security Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen now directing law enforcement to temporarily halt vehicle stops in Maine and Texas following deadly shootings involving immigration officers. This is ABC News. Captain Sully, the Hudson Miracle on the Hudson pilot who safely landed the plane full of passengers on the icy Hudson River waters in 2009, has disclosed a health issue.
Chesley Sullenberger announcing he has been diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease. In a statement, Sully, as he's known, says it's in an early stage, and for now it means he may not easily remember a name, or he'll forget a story, or doesn't sleep well. Sullenberger is 75 years old and says a diagnosis will not prevent him from looking forward and that he will, quote, navigate this chapter with my wonderful family by my side, end quote. Sullenberger retired from flying as a commercial airline pilot in 2010 and moved on to other endeavors. Alex Stone, ABC News.
Hundreds of cases of a parasitic infection commonly linked to contaminated fresh produce are being reported across the U.S. Officials in Michigan say early results show cyclosporiosis may have been caused by lettuce or salad greens as a potential source. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
NBA Commissioner Adam Silver expected to address the expansion bids tonight. More on that coming up. But first, your KIRO News Radio traffic. Here in Seattle, South 5 and Northeast 50th in the U District, that off-ramp is fully blocked right now by first responders. Details are limited and unclear when this ramp will reopen. So this adds to our heavy backup from Northgate in the downtown. Linwood to Seattle's got about a 10-minute delay, taking you a half hour. North 5, we have two separate backups to get through in downtown. It's crowded before the West Seattle Bridge to I-90, and then we're bumper to bumper from Mercer across the Ship Canal Bridge, where two right lanes are closed to the end of the year for Revive I-5. And North End drivers are choosing to avoid that I-5 backup. You're taking 405, and we're heavy through Canyon Park and again between Totem Lake and Kirkland. Linwood to Bellevue, a 40-minute commute. This traffic report brought to you by KIRO News Radio.
KIRO News Radio, 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Hey, good afternoon. I'm Nate Connors. All eyes are on NBA Commissioner Adam Silver tonight as expansion bids from Seattle and Las Vegas are in. But there's a potential problem. Seattle has just one ownership group in the running, led by Kraken majority owner Samantha Holloway and One Roof Sports and Entertainment, with Melinda French Gates among the investors. But Las Vegas has four competing ownership bids, creating a logjam that could push the Sonics' return beyond the 28-29 NBA season. Adam Silver on the Dan Patrick Show.
The only two cities at the moment we're looking at are Las Vegas and Seattle. We haven't had a vote on it. It's not a foregone conclusion, but we're in the process of talking to groups that are interested in getting an expansion team in those two cities.
Another hurdle, current NBA owners may not want to split their annual profits with two new expansion teams. King County Sheriff Patty Cole Tyndall says her deputies have not been asked to help federal immigration agents, and if that changes, there are strict limits on what they can do. KIRO News Radio's James Lynch has more.
Sheriff Cole Tyndall says deputies will only assist ICE when there is a judge-signed court order in a criminal case, but not over questions of someone's citizenship status. Cole Tyndall says if deputies do encounter ICE agents in the field, they are ordered to follow established protocol.
They are supposed to notify chain of command, obviously their supervisor immediately, but they know that they are not to assist.
Sheriff Cole Tyndall says the county has also joined lawsuits challenging federal efforts to tie immigration cooperation to federal grant funding. James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
The 65-year-old Whatcom County grandfather says he knows how close he came to dying after a bison attacked him in Yellowstone National Park. Here's KIRO News Radio's Tim Hull.
Carl McDaniel tells CNN he was walking through Yellowstone's Bridge Bay campground with his grandson when he noticed a bison acting agitated. The resident of Kendall, east of Bellingham, says there wasn't enough time to get out of the way before the animal charged. The bison tossed him into the air, then stood over him before walking away. McDaniel broke his femur near his hip. He underwent surgery on Sunday and is now in physical therapy. The National Park Service reminds visitors to stay at least 25 yards away from bison. It says the animals can run 3 times faster than people. Tim Hull, KIRO News Radio.
And now your KIRO News Radio weather. 83 and sunny today, 84, mostly sunny tomorrow. We will see increasing clouds Wednesday evening. Thursday has some isolated thunderstorms in the morning, becoming partly sunny by the afternoon, and Thursday's high around 76. And then we'll rebound as we head into the weekend with sunny conditions and near 80. 70 and sunny right now in downtown Seattle. I'm Nate Connors, KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
And now, it's time for the Jake and Spike Show on KIRO News Radio. With your hosts, Jake Storheim and Spike O'Neill.
Welcome to the show. Happy Tuesday to everybody out there. Jake Storheim sitting here alongside Spike O'Neill. Spike, happy Tuesday.
Happy Tuesday, my friend.
We got a lot of stuff to get to today.
We
got a lot of stuff to get to. We have guests coming in at 2 o'clock. We got, in just a little bit, we're going to have the question of the day. Bob Ferguson, our was going to call him our mayor. Oh, I wish only. Bob Ferguson, our governor.
I don't think that's far enough out the door of the governor's mansion.
Bob Ferguson, our former governor. No, just kidding. Bob Ferguson is talking about something new that he wants to do and make a new requirement for graduation, which we will talk. And it's not the Chris Reichdahl stuff.
Right, it's not the financial literacy question. That was when I first saw the story. I'm like, is this just under that umbrella?
Nope, it's a different thing.
Asking even more.
I have a thought on why he's asking this.
Okay.
Or possibly demanding it. We'll get into all that and so much more. But yesterday, we want to start with a story that we had yesterday that we have an update on that was a sensationalist type, not a sensationalist. It was and sensational describes it accurately, but I don't want you to think that it's like a good story.
It was a passionate.
It was a crazy story.
Yeah.
In Pike Place over the weekend, there was a family who was walking around, and they claimed that somebody came up to their baby stroller and tried to steal their baby.
Yeah, attempted kidnapping was the story.
Seattle police then went and found this guy and arrested him, and then he was prosecutors sought $150,000 bail. The judge decides a little less than, gives him $100,000 bail, and now we find out today an update to the story. There's not going to be any felony charges for this alleged kidnapping incident, and a lot of people are talking about it, and it's kind of you hear that news and you go like, well, what the heck? What kidnapping should be a felony?
What's it going to take? What's a guy got to do to get slapped with a felony charge?
So this will be interesting because Gee and Ursula just a little bit ago, I didn't have a chance. I was reading for the show, so I didn't have a chance to hear it. But I know that you were paying close attention.
Yes.
They talked to the King County prosecutor,
Lisa Mannion,
about this very case because a lot of people are questioning, what's going on here. And give me an update on what that was, and then we can chat about whether or not they're right.
Well, I want to thank the King County prosecutor for coming into the station and spending time with Gee and Ursula. But even more so, I want to thank her for spending a good 7 minutes with me after their interview because, you know me.
You talked to her.
I have to hear things at least 3 times before they get through the old coconut here, okay?
That's true.
So the long story short is the King County prosecutor's office didn't feel there was sufficient evidence to bring felony charges against this suspect, this alleged kidnapper, because there was just eyewitness testimony.
And they can only charge with the police present them as evidence.
Yeah, well, they assess evidence and they merit it. Does this warrant charging from a felony perspective? They took a look at everything they had assembled from eyewitnesses and from the Seattle Police Department who did a thorough investigation of everything they had available to them. They didn't feel they had the adequate evidence to bring felony charges because when you bring charges, you have confidence that you're going to be able to secure a conviction.
You hope so. You often hear about cases where they overcharge and then you end up not meeting the burden of that proof, and then you say you end up walking away with nothing.
That's exactly it. So the King County Prosecutor's Office is then referring this down to the Seattle Attorney's Office.
For a misdemeanor?
To look at a misdemeanor charge, they can still, if they gather more evidence. The fact that they decided at this point not to charge him from King County's perspective with a felony doesn't close that door forever. As they maybe gather more evidence. These days, we know everybody's got a camera.
Yeah.
Maybe someone's going to come out there because all you have right now is
Pike Place. I would think that there's cameras everywhere.
Right, exactly. Door cam, store cam, security cam, personal phones, whatever it may be.
Yeah.
But as it is right now, they don't want to overcharge somebody without the evidence in pocket.
Here's what the SPD they sent a statement out to local news stations. And they said SPD did not believe that this case met felony filing standards under state law based on the evidence available. And accordingly, SPD detectives are referring the case to the Seattle City Attorney's Office for consideration of filing at the misdemeanor level. Now the probable cause affidavit, I'm going to reread you this.
Okay.
And I want to get your take on this. Now you have spoken with the King County Prosecuting Attorney.
Yeah.
Here's what the probable cause affidavit said. The man approached a crying baby in a stroller and tried to pull the stroller away from the child's mother. Court documents, this is from a Como piece to kind of summarize some of these things. Court documents say that the mother called her husband, who was nearby, which happens oftentimes. Not the baby stealing part, but like
the wandering
you go
of
as
the
a
couple.
family and somebody's pushing a stroller, somebody goes and look at a trinket or whatever. So the mother called her husband, who was nearby. They took the family into a nearby store. The husband then arrived and prevented the man from entering the store, according to court documents. The documents say the man commented that the baby was beautiful and appeared to be targeting the family. I have a lot of questions about this.
Mm-hmm.
It's strange to me that you have an individual who I believe is 36 years old. We don't know a lot about his history. We do know his name, but we won't say it right now. But we do know a lot about, we know his age and we know his name.
Mm-hmm.
They have not provided a bunch of information about whether or not he has any criminal background. I would be very interested in that. I'd also be interested in what he was doing at Pike Place at the time. If the allegation is that somebody was trying to steal a baby, that's a big allegation.
It is.
And for them to just say, well, we don't have enough evidence that he was trying to steal a baby, so we're just not even going to charge him with any felony. I understand that. I would still like to know a little more about this guy so that I could make more of an assessment about whether or not who I believe here. Because the family's telling you that somebody tried to steal their baby.
Sure.
And King County is now saying, like, well, we don't really believe the family, or at least we don't have enough evidence to charge the guy.
Right. We don't feel we can prove in a court of law his intent.
Is he a person who lives on the streets? That's number one. I would be interested in that.
Yeah.
I'm also interested in why a mid-30s man is approaching a family, commenting on a beautiful baby, and then trying to take the stroller in their opinion. I mean, in their allegations.
In their allegations, yeah. And again, if there's just eyewitness testimony to the police.
I tend to believe the family, though.
I'm with you there, but it's not what you believe, it's what you can prove.
I understand that.
Yeah.
But I tend to believe the family in this case. So I'm interested in prosecutors trying to figure out what happened, like earnestly trying to figure out what happened, because if you have a guy out there, they're going to kick this down to the local court. Seattle, whatever.
Seattle Prosecutor's Office.
Prosecutor's Office.
Prosecuting Attorney, I should say.
You're going to kick this down to Seattle Prosecutor's Office, look at a misdemeanor. That's a whole lot different than a felony.
Well, it is, yeah, of course.
Is this guy just going to get, are they just going to decide, well, we don't really have anything. This guy's still going to be on the streets. Now, if he was trying to steal a baby, and he has a propensity for trying to steal children, and they're not doing every single thing they can to try to prove whether or not that happened, then you might have a guy who's trying to steal babies out on the street.
You may, and that's why they're going to continue to gather information, do some background on this guy. I mean, like I said, no doors have been closed to future charges being filed from the city or the county.
Okay.
With regard to what level of offense this gentleman may be charged with.
Do we all agree the circumstances are very strange?
Absolutely. Oh, circumstances are beyond strange.
When you and your wife had young children and you were pushing your little beautiful babies around in a stroller, if somebody had approached you and said, oh, what a beautiful baby, that's not a big deal. That's totally fine. People do that all the time.
Yeah, you get that. Babies are cute.
Babies are cute. Everybody thinks babies are cute. Yeah. But if somebody goes one step further and tries to grab the stroller, and then the husband has to intercede and block the guy from getting into the shop where you are now seeking shelter away from him, that is a whole different thing.
Agreed. Yeah.
And I would be very surprised if that is not on camera somewhere.
Exactly.
Because there are a million cameras down there.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And there should absolutely be. And do we need one more story to prove the value in some of these public spaces of some of these security cameras that the mayor of Seattle is so anxious to turn off? This is exactly the kind of story that you want to help back up one side or the other's version of the story. We had the Seattle Police Officers Guild, Kent Liu, on with us just last week, who was telling us that they recently were able to prosecute a case where you had a domestic violence situation where the woman did not want to come forward.
Right.
Out of fear of her life and retaliation. But because they had enough physical evidence, because they had enough digital evidence, as recorded on the various cameras, they were able to prosecute and get this guy out of the situation.
Ken Liu said it was the only witness available.
It was the only witness who could come forward safely because it was a camera.
So Lisa Mannion, who, again, King County prosecutor, was on with Gee and Ursula.
Yeah.
She said to me in her conversation afterwards, do you remember the 77-year-old man who was attacked on the street? It took a few days for the charges to be brought in that case because they were able to use surveillance camera to gather more evidence. They were able to use medical records about the extent of the man's injuries.
Sure.
Which then gave them the evidence they needed to bring charges days after the event.
Yeah.
So her point was, look, this is the police department being thorough, doing their job by the book, not rushing to judgment, not charging a guy from an emotional perspective.
Well,
she said that was one thing I want to make clear is that this doesn't close any doors.
Okay.
And the evidentiary gathering of this case is going to be ongoing because they don't, like you said, they don't want a guy, if this guy has intent and there's a pattern and they can prove his intent, if there's video of him trying to get into the store to keep going after this kid.
He might be crazy.
We don't know.
He might be a crazy person who just thought to himself, hey, I'm going to steal a baby. We don't know. I don't know his situation.
Well, in hindsight,
I would like to know his situation.
Absolutely. Yesterday when I'm like, what the 100 grand? That's nuts. Well, it's not nuts because there's information I didn't have.
But that's the correct response.
That's the right response.
The correct response is still that's nuts.
Yeah.
I still believe the family
who
is saying this guy tried to get to our kid So much so that there's a difference. If somebody, like, listen, Pike Place is a very busy place. There's a lot of people going back and forth. I can understand how if you're a parent of a young child, it's an anxiety-filled situation because there's a lot of people running around, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I could see a situation where somebody makes a mistake and says, like, somebody tries to get too close to your kid. Anyone who's ever had a child has had this situation where you're on high alert at all times.
Absolutely.
And
it's the most precious thing in the world to you.
And you have a circumference around that kid visually in your head where you go, if somebody crosses that line, that's too close comfort for me.
Absolutely.
It's like, we did a story yesterday about a bison who, somebody got too close in mating season. And they got the horns.
They got the horns.
This is a wonderful natural instinct that parents have to protect their kids. I can also understand how there might be a mistake if somebody comes up and says, hey, you know what? That's a really beautiful baby. And then you go like, this guy's a little too close. And maybe you're not being completely fair in your judgment of that guy. However, if he continues to persist and wanting to get close, if the husband feels it, that he has to, from a protection standpoint, block a door so that guy cannot get into that family, I am 100% still siding with that family.
Yeah.
And until they prove otherwise, I believe that family's assessment of whatever that guy's intentions are probably more accurate than to just say that, oh, he was just a normal guy saying what a nice looking kid you have.
If he was coming up to, touch the baby or hug the baby or soothe the crying baby, there's all the things that he can claim in a court of law. If he's been charged with attempted kidnapping, and you can't prove his intent, you can't prove what his end goal was intended to be. Again, more information will come forth, and there may be, whether it's misdemeanor charges or potentially felony charges, from whether it's Seattle City Attorney or the King County Attorney.
Yeah,
the story's not over.
Yeah, there's enough details that I find it suspicious. The circumstances I find suspicious enough that I still think that there's a lot of questions that need to be answered.
Agreed.
But if I find out that they have then kicked this to the Seattle Municipal Court or whatever, and it goes away, or whatever that court is, what is it, Seattle City Attorney's Office, and they don't even file misdemeanor charges against this guy, then I feel like they would have just dropped the ball at that point. If they just come back and say, we just don't have enough evidence to do anything, well, then you have a potentially very dangerous person. You need to then now prove to the public, because you've been telling us for a couple days there was at least enough in their probable cause affidavit. Why'd they file that? Why'd the original prosecutor try to get $150,000 bail? And now suddenly they're saying, we can't charge him with a felony. Interesting story. Very interesting story. All right. We got one more story we got to get to real fast. You see this daycare stuff?
I did. I heard it with John on Friday.
John had a thing. There's two daycare stories that are really interesting. There's one about a daycare fraud investigation in Washington State that's happening. John had Carlene Johnson.
Carlene Johnson from
Center Square.
Yes.
I follow her on X. She does a bunch of, Center Square does a bunch of great news coverage. Mm-hmm. And she was on with John, and she talks about how they started investigating locally daycare centers after reading about the different fraud cases out of Minnesota. And this is really interesting because there is zero appetite from local state officials, it seems, to investigate whether or not fraud is happening. Let me play you this clip, and then we'll get your take on this, Spike.
I live in Federal Way, huge Somali population.
Mm-hmm.
So I put my address in on the Child Care Aware website and said, say I'm looking for daycare for my kid. Mm-hmm. I want daycare starting next, February. I've got a 6-month-old, whatever. And I found a shockingly large number of mostly Somali run home daycares in my community. And I thought, that's interesting. That was the beginning of my journey.
So that was the beginning of her journey. That was, of course, built off of, was it Nick Shirley? Was that the guy's name?
It was Nick Shirley.
So Nick Shirley in Minnesota, he does all this daycare investigations, and then they find out that a bunch of them are fraudulent. And so then people start saying like, well, hey, could that be happening in other states as well? And so she asked the AG, did you see the AG's response to this when she actually went to him and said like, hey, are you going to be investigating the DCYF, Department of Children, Youth, and Families, over whether or not some of these places are actually the daycares that they are purporting to be, because they are collecting, some of them are collecting a lot of money. Mm-hmm. And that's, it's public dollars. And apparently the response from the AG, do we have audio if we're talking about the response from the AG? No. Oh yeah, here we go. Here's from Carlene Johnson on Nick Brown not investigating.
The Attorney General's client is the Department of Children, Youth, and Families. So he has to represent them and make them look good. So when we're coming after them and seeking information, that's a problem. So he has to represent them and cannot tell us. He wouldn't even tell us that they're investigating if they are investigating. And it's hidden under the guise of that's our client. He's also supposed to represent us.
Let me play you this one last clip real fast. This is from Carlene Johnson's conversation with John Curley. She was talking to State Auditor Pat McCarthy about missing or suspicious money going to daycares. I'm going to play this clip and then, or part of it here, Spike, and then get your take.
Many of them are receiving, hundreds of thousands of dollars over a few months. So have
you reported that to DCYF or reported it?
Here's the thing. It's not my job. It's right there, publicly accessible information. So I would say if you're auditing these large payouts, it would make sense. It's easy to see. You go to childcareware, find the address or the name of the provider. Then you go to fiscal.wa.gov, type in the name of the provider, and boom, it comes up and shows, wow, he got $250,000 in 5 months last year. And it shows he cares for 6 kids at his home.
If you have a concern, there are people that you can give that information to.
You can hear the frustration that she's trying to get an answer to this. It's obviously also a very politically charged
It's a very politically charged topic.
What's your take on this? I know we're short on time. I apologize.
That's quite all right. My take on this is that it's a very targeted, and I don't even want to call it an investigation. It's reporting. She went to various daycares. She went to all Somali daycares. There's probably fraud in Somali daycares. There's probably fraud in all daycares in the state of Washington.
Sure.
Her story's trying to paint a picture.
Not in all
not
daycares.
in all, but across all,
the spectrum.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Nick Shirley's investigation was not very much of an investigation. It was a targeted piece, in my opinion, a targeted piece against a targeted community.
It did turn up quite a bit of fraud.
It turned up fraud that had already been investigated, fraud that had already been prosecuted.
There was daycares that then shut down afterwards.
The vast majority of it,
but to be fair,
it was targeted. And I think this is targeted. And I think the Attorney General is saying, look, there has been questionable numbers, questionable funding of daycares, but they say hasn't risen to the level of an investigation. My question then is, until you've investigated, how do you know it hasn't risen to the level of...
So this leads to our question of the day, which I want to leave you guys with for 1:30.
Okay.
Here's the question of the day. Do you think that there's smoke to this fire? You as the audience, Muckleshoot Casino Resort text line, 888-973-5476. Should these allegations be investigated, or is Nick Brown, the Attorney General, is he right when he says, listen, I represent the DCYF, so that means he's not investigating them? That seems to me like he's leaving some stones unturned that he should be. But I'd be interested in your guys' take. Should they be investigating this? And if so, how should they go about doing it? We're going to get back into that at 1:30. We also have another story about pre-K, daycare type stuff. Some of these businesses hurting bad because the state has introduced a new program, or at least they're trying to expand a program called the Transition to Kindergarten program.
This is like a federally or government-funded daycare.
Government-funded preschool.
Oh, preschool.
It's very interesting what's happening, though, to the private businesses. We'll get back into that at 1:30. All right, we got a lot more coming up. When we come back, Chris Sullivan joins us. We got a lot of crazy stuff happening on the Revive I-5 project. And also, if you plan on taking the ferry anytime soon in Kingston, you're going to want to hear the story, or it might cost you hours and hours and hours driving around and missing the boat.
And some peace of mind.
Yes. All right, stick around for that. We'll be right back.
This hour is brought to you by Sunset Auto Family.
30 years ago,
I wanted to be part of keeping the Seahawks in Seattle long term.
3 decades later,
12, they're bringing the trophy home.
2 Super Bowl championship banners hang in the stadium Paul Allen built. Now, a new era of stewardship begins.
Most things that seem impossible become possible.
And we welcome the Khosla family to Seattle. From the home of the Seahawks since the very beginning, KIRO News Radio.
Our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn, understands the pressure that comes from owing money to the IRS. Don't let that pressure build. Call None Better Tax Resolution. From stress to success with IRS Solutions. Google NUNN. None Better Tax Resolution.
Our founders believed that freedom wasn't just a word. It was a way of life. The freedom to move forward, the freedom to pursue what matters most, the freedom to live fully. But aging has a way of taking those freedoms away. That's why there's Longevity Medical Clinic. John Curley here. My best move was becoming a patient of Longevity Medical Clinic years ago, and second best move, getting my wife Nicole to join me this year. Stop guessing and start working with a doctor who knows your goals and get personalized care designed around you, not the average patient. Discover what's holding you back and what can help you thrive with longevity. Aging is natural, but some of the effects are undesirable, and you don't want to have to just accept it. So this year, as we celebrate 250 years of freedom, ask yourself a simple question. Are you living with the freedom you deserve? Get real answers about your health and get your free health analysis at Longevity Medical Clinic. Find out more at lmclinic.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only. Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only. Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates this weekend only. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Deep discounts. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission. Free delivery. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
So, how's your research going?
Surprising. After I figured out the top-rated TVs in our price range, I went shopping for deals.
And who's the best?
It wasn't the internet, and it wasn't the warehouse club.
But?
It was video only. They had better deals on the Samsung, LG, and the Sony TVs that got the highest scores.
Better than online and at the club?
I know! Video only beat them all. And now we can afford an even better model for the same price. My research really paid off.
If we buy it video only.
Exactly. Otherwise, we'll be sorry.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In South Center, Bellevue, Linwood, Federal Way, and Tacoma, Video Only.
At Seattle Children's Hospital, 1 in 3 patient families can't afford the food their kids need to heal. Safeway and Jackson Smith & Jigba are fighting back with the Food First Project. No barriers, just help for families right now. Learn more at Safeway.com.
Progressive knows you could have easily taken the freeway, but you took the scenic route to see a waterfall and an oddly busy boiled peanut stand. Discovering the unexpected is exactly why you bought an RV, so protect it with a bundle from Progressive. Because although you may be 3 hours behind schedule, you're 6 jars of jam richer and possibly enrolled in a butter churning workshop. Switch to Progressive and protect your RV, boat, or motorcycle by bundling with your home and auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Good afternoon. I'm Nate Connors. For the first time in nearly 2 decades, Warren Buffett is leaving the Gates Foundation off his annual donation list. Buffett announced he'll give about $6 billion this year to 4 family foundations instead. The move follows concerns about Bill Gates' past ties to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Before testifying on Capitol Hill last month, Gates told reporters,
I hope my testimony is helpful to the important work of the committee to find justice for the victims.
Gates has denied wrongdoing and says he was unaware of Epstein's crimes. The man behind a deadly courthouse rampage in Seattle has died. The Washington Department of Corrections confirmed Timothy Blackwell died yesterday. No foul play is suspected. He was serving a life sentence for being convicted in the 1995 King County courthouse shootings that left 3 women dead. He was 78. An early morning fire has forced several Seattle businesses to close after flames damaged a 3-story commercial building in Capitol Hill. The fire happened on East Madison Street. Seattle Fire tells KIRO 7 TV the blaze caused significant smoke and water damage.
When our firefighters arrived on scene, they reported flames coming from that 3rd floor. There is extensive water damage that went down to the 2nd and to the 1st floor businesses as well.
No one was hurt, but the cause remains under investigation as crews continue checking for hot spots and structural damage. Today, Governor Bob Ferguson will help launch a campaign in support of the state's new income tax on millionaires.
No on I-645 is a direct response to the push to get voters to repeal that new tax with a measure on the November ballot. Now, the group says it will work to demonstrate the value of this new tax revenue to voters and cities for benefits for state health care, education, and child care services. Now, the campaign is backed by $3 million pledged by local unions.
That was KIRO 7 TV's Lindsay Sheldon reporting. And now look at Wall Street. The Dow, S&P 500, NASDAQ all in the green. The Dow up 37, S&P 500 up near 30, and NASDAQ up near 240. And now your traffic. Linwood to Seattle has improved a 25-minute drive. South 5 still crowded from Northgate Way in the downtown. Gets thick at 520. North 5 scattered backups between the West Seattle Bridge and the Ship Canal Bridge. South 405, we're seeing pockets of crowding between Totem Lake all the way down to Renton. Alderwood to South Center has a 10-minute delay taking you 50 minutes. And North 405 slows to South Center through the Renton S-curve, South Center to Bellevue at 20 minutes. And now check out your KIRO News Radio weather. A perfect summer day out there. Plenty of sun and 83 for our afternoon high. 84, mostly sunny tomorrow. By the evening, though, we'll see clouds move in. And Thursday morning, we could have isolated thunderstorms, turning partly sunny and 76 by the afternoon. 75 and blue sky over downtown Seattle. I'm Nate Connors, KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
Welcome back to the show. I'm very pleased to have on Chris Sullivan. Chris, welcome to the show.
Yeah, it's good to be here.
It's good to have you here. I'm hoping you can help make some sense of some of the mess out there. There's a lot of crazy stuff happening. There's 2 big stories that people are paying attention to.
Yeah, and I want to say you've been off for a few days.
Yeah, I think this is the longest I've been away from work in my entire career.
That's because you tried to drive in. Right?
Yeah, I haven't been back to. I haven't been at work since I think the 1st of July.
Well, lots happened since you.
I haven't been paying attention. The only thing I know is some dude from Washington got rammed by a bison.
Can we?
And I was in Montana, and people there were having a field day with it. I'm glad that guy's okay.
You were in Montana when he got rammed by the bison? Because that was in the Wyoming side.
Yeah, it was in Yellowstone,
right?
I mean, that was.
When we heard it was a Washingtonian,
yeah, Washington.
I'm
just glad he's okay and we can laugh at him. But boy, that bison was angry. It was looking for a fight. But anyway, we could talk about that all day. But they're more important issues.
Let's do stuff a little closer to home.
Okay.
I want to start with the morning commute because I was in it this morning. I think a lot of people were. There's a sense of camaraderie that I've really built up with my fellow commuters in the morning from the North End because we're really in it. And you're having to adjust your schedule. Today was the first day back of like full-on Revive I-5 traffic. I do a little routine in the mornings where I make a pretty hearty breakfast because I'm going to be in the car for a long time. I don't want to starve to death. And I bring a big pot of coffee. And I noticed these other drivers, like there was a guy right next to me for probably like 2 miles, so it was the equivalent of about 2 hours.
Guy's got a hot plate on his dashboard.
Yeah, exactly.
He basically did. No, he was in a plumbing van, and he was like his
Cinnabon maker in the corner.
He had his big thing, and we kind of look over at each other at a certain point, and I'm taking a big bite of the sandwich I make, and he's eating his. We kind of nod at each other. And there's just a camaraderie that is happening, but people are stuck in this traffic. Tell us a little bit about this.
Yeah, so we're back to it. Revive I-5 started again yesterday after the full weekend closure of northbound I-5 across the Ship Canal Bridge. And so this was our first real commute after the month off we got for the World Cup, where everything went back to normal, where we got the southbound I-5 express lanes in the morning and then northbound in the afternoon. That ended again yesterday after this weekend. No more southbound switcheroo for the morning commute. And that means those of us who come down from Snohomish County, all three of us in this room do. And
the majority of drivers.
And we saw hour and 40+ minute trips from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue, hour and 20+ away from Linwood today, because people, I think, maybe had forgotten or short-term memory realized that the reprieve was over. But maybe we were back into it. It was some of the worst commutes we've probably seen since January, February, when it first went back into effect earlier this year. And this is our reality for the rest of the year.
Here's what I want to say to WashDOT, because one of the refrains from WashDOT in the early days when we were beating our heads against the wall trying to get them to consider switching those express lanes, in both directions at different times to maybe just to alleviate some of that morning pressure, some of that morning commuter stuff. They told us, they said, number one, we're not going to do that. And they said, and two, we expect people's driving patterns to change significantly enough that traffic is going to get better. Now, I will say, after many, many months of driving in it, and then finally the reprieve for World Cup, and now I'm back in traffic, it never really materialized what they said was going to happen, that traffic was going to be demonstrably better because there was going to be so many people changing their schedule. A lot of people did divert to 405.
Yeah, they've taken it by the worst. 405's become the primary commuting route, and it's taken it the worst.
But it's still very bad on I-5.
Oh, yeah, completely.
I don't want to give WashDOT any credit for having any of their predictions come true, because they did not. But I've also arrived at like a very zen, happy place where I just say, you know what? I can't change stupidity, and if they're going to do something stupid, I don't run WashDOT. So I'm going to have to sit in traffic with my brethren who are also sitting in traffic, and we're all pretty nice to each other, and we give each other nice nods. We're kind of in it together. But WashDOT, I'm not loving, but I can't really change that right now.
No, but it needs to be done. The work needs to get done, though. It has to get done.
What do you love?
I love where you've arrived. An hour and a half later, where you've arrived on this.
Submission?
Well, yes, and acceptance that, look, this is the cost of us getting a better roadway on I-5, which is, 60 years behind the curve of getting updated? This is just the price we'll pay. And if we slog through I say a quarter of the way through the project, all we got to do is put up with another year and a half of this garbage.
Well, that's just the Ship Canal Bridge portion.
Yeah.
Because we still have to do the work on I-5 from the Ship Canal north and south up to Northgate.
45 north, yeah.
That's the next portion. But for the Ship Canal Bridge, we have all of next year to go as well. But that'll be in the southbound direction. It's been rough. And one of the kind of the hidden parts of this, several people in the office since I was back today reached out to me and asked, what the heck? We've lost the only on-ramp to northbound I-5 between Mercer and the U District. Now, the one right above the station that all of us use at Harvard, that on-ramp is gone because now they're working on that side of the Ship Canal.
You can't bridge on the lanes that are not open.
That are not open. Right. And from what I heard from people yesterday afternoon, you were telling me that basically the whole East Lake neighborhood here shut down, as well as coming off the backside of Capitol Hill down into Montlake, because that ramp was gone. It was
total gridlock.
And there was nowhere to go.
Yeah.
That's why there were so many parking spots available, because nobody could get into the neighborhood.
It was so that's, again, the thing about that one is WashDOT hopes to open that before the entire Revive I-5 project is done, but we're going to have to wait and see, because they work from south to north. So once they get up to that point and can maybe move the work zone a little bit, they're going to try to open that. But we're talking September, October-ish, maybe before that could even happen. So
let me steer us now into another direction real fast. We have 3 minutes left.
3 minutes, okay.
There is a ferry toll, or a ferry booth that's causing a headache for some folks.
Yeah, so there was
What's happening?
A change was made in June at the Kingston Ferry Terminal. For people who don't know the Kingston Ferry Terminal, the drive-in and the ferry lanes basically go right through downtown Kingston.
Yeah.
Cut that little town in half.
Yeah, there's a local lane, and then there's two ferry lanes.
Exactly, and people cut in there all the time. So what they did in June is they put in a kiosk about a mile west of the terminal, and
just past the McDonald's on your way out of town.
It's there. So if you're coming down 104 and you're heading over down to the ferry dock, whether there are cars in the ferry lane or not, you will see a flashing sign that says you need to get into the ferry line here and grab a ticket at this kiosk. And so even if there aren't cars in that ferry lane east of that kiosk and that light is flashing, which it is every day right now from 8 to 8, you have to get in there, get your ticket, and then proceed at the green lights, because what they do is they have traffic management. So when space opens up near the booth, then they turn on the green light about a half mile away, and then that group of cars can move down to the booth. So they're trying to move people through and not have them idling downtown. Well, one of our listeners, Raymond, hit me up over the weekend. He got on the west side of town, he went to the toll booth, and he was like, yeah, I'd like to buy my ticket. And he's like, where's your ticket from the kiosk? He's like, what are you talking about? Oh, no ticket? See ya. Turn around. Go back to the end of the line. So this guy was going from Sequim to Snohomish, and when he got back to where the ferry line was, it was already way too long. So he's like, forget it. He drove. He and his family drove from Kingston down through Bremerton to Tacoma all the way back up, because it would have taken him just as long to sit and wait for a ferry. So you need a ticket now. Going to the Lavender Festival this weekend in Sequim, and you're coming home through Kingston.
Oh,
things
heck yeah.
have changed. Things
all my
have
biker
changed.
buddies and I. Yeah.
Now motorcyclists don't need a ticket. Shh. Sorry. Okay. Well, you don't need to stop at that kiosk. Neither do bicyclists, people with medical issues or things like that. But if you're just a regular Joe, you come down through Port Gamble, whatever, you work your way through, and there's that flashing sign. You better get your ticket, or you're going to be turned away at the booth.
Let me ask you guys, because I'm on this all the time. This is right. My
your run.
stuff over there.
Mine too. Yeah.
Let me ask you guys a question about this. How do you feel about that guy being turned back at the booth?
So you're
for not getting his ticket.
You're telling me that the ticket booths that we are accustomed to for decades,
the toll booth that's right there, right.
They can't sell this guy a ticket?
No, you have, because it's their traffic management plan, and it started in June.
There's no learning curve?
No, there was. It started in May, and they tested it but the thing is, going up there, so many people don't go up there until this time of year, and they may not have known. And our friend Raymond approached it from the west side of town. He was on a road that he didn't realize that he was on, and so he jumped right in the ferry line there. Now, if you're on 104, you'll see it, but he came on a road he wasn't familiar with and kind of got stuck there. And because which is kind of assumed because that's maybe a locals only road, and even the locals in Kingston have to drive out of town to get a ticket and drive back into town to catch the ferry.
Here's what I would say to Raymond. Raymond, I love you. Thank you for listening to the show, but you deserve what you get. That's what I think about Raymond. I don't want him to learn that lesson more than once, but he's going to learn it. He's going to get that ticket next time. And he learned it.
He shared it with me, so I can share it with all of you.
He took one for the team.
He took one for the team. So that way nobody gets stuck in this again.
When you parent your kids, what's the number one thing they teach you about parenting kids? Consistency.
Yeah.
And if they just let every scofflaw through that thing who has a good excuse, then why are you even giving out tickets?
Yeah.
So I understand it. I don't like that he had to turn around. That sucks, Raymond. It sucks. But he's never going to do it again.
Nope.
And now we can all share his story, and hopefully people will learn the lesson.
Yeah, and you're getting some lavender in this weekend in Sequim. Be prepared. Read my article. You don't want to get stuck in this coming home on Sunday or whenever you're going there.
And if it's possible, walk on. Park on the other side. Walk on. Okay, you probably can't get all the way to the lavender on a bike.
Whatever. I mean, you probably can with the bikes, the illegal bikes these kids are riding these days. I'm sure you can get up there right away.
A bunch of 12-year-olds up here.
All right, Chris Sullivan, thanks for joining us. We appreciate it. Stay safe on the road out there, and we got a lot more coming up. Stick around.
KIRO News Radio, where you turn for the news you depend on.
A political shakeup for Democrats that represent Seattle.
Traffic.
Right now, Auburn to Renton at 25 minutes. That's a good 10-minute delay.
Conversation.
3 people on the floor can't cover 20 aisles of plexiglass. They're doing their best. It just doesn't work.
And your Super Bowl champion Seahawks.
And the party begins.
Broadcasting live from the KIRO News Radio YouTube channel. KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM.
This Saturday, July 18th at 1 o'clock at the Aegis Living Center in Ballard, I'll be doing some cooking. In fact, I'm doing a little bit of a cook-off against Chef Dirk, president of Aegis. We're both going to do our favorite family recipes. and we're going to let you be the judge of who's the better chef. In fact, Age is bringing in chefs from all around the Northwest because they'd like you to try the food. There's a tasting. There's a wine tasting involved. There's going to be $2,000 in prize given away at this open house at Ages Living in Ballard. And the Impalers, Spike and the Impalers, playing a live set free of charge. It's Ages Living Ballard this Saturday at 1 o'clock, open house. If you would like to come, we'd love to have you. agesliving.com/KIRO to RSVP.
Do you get sinus infections, congestion, sinus pressure and pain, sinus headaches? You've gone to the doctor. You visit urgent care over and over again. And it's always the same thing, right? Oh, I know. Let's try antibiotics and some nasal sprays. But they just keep coming back. You may suffer with chronic sinus infections. The good news? Relief is possible. How? A minimally invasive procedure called the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic. Imagine a procedure so delicate there are no narcotics. Less cutting means less bleeding, so no packing, and no operating room. The Sinusoft procedure is designed for the clinic. If you suffer with chronic sinus infections, facial pain, pressure, and congestion, find out if the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic, is the solution for you. Call and set an appointment today. 206-388-2770. 206-388-2770. That's 206-388-2770.
A perfect game by a Seattle Mariner. It was done by the King.
50 seasons, 50 legends, one unforgettable night. Join the Mariners Saturday, August 8th for 50 season celebration night at T-Mobile Park, presented by Daktronics.
The Mariners are going to play for the American League Championship.
Before the team takes on the Rays, arrive early for the most epic pregame ceremony in Mariners history. You'll witness the biggest gathering of franchise icons ever assembled as the 50 greatest Mariners from across all 5 decades are revealed. From Griffey to the big unit, from Ichiro to Nelson Cruz, and every legend in between, you don't want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime event.
Junior with a 2-run home run. Everybody is going bonkers here in the Kingdom.
Seats are going fast. Get yours at mariners.com/tickets.
My, oh my!
Wow, Sarah, these window coverings are gorgeous. Did you guys do this yourself?
No way, it's all Hunter Douglas. My local expert came to our home, brought samples, and helped us see everything in our actual light, then measured perfectly and handled the installation.
If you're planning a remodel, moving into a new home, or simply ready to elevate how your space feels, Westco Blinds, your neighborhood Hunter Douglas expert, offers custom, beautifully crafted window treatments thoughtfully designed for life. Whether it's blinds, shades, shutters, or drapes, our products fit your windows perfectly. And with smart home options, you control the light and privacy with a tap or on schedule. Hunter Douglas window treatments are an investment in quality, backed by a lifetime limited warranty and ongoing support from your trusted local expert, Westco Blinds. Call now to schedule your free in-home design consultation. Call 206-285-5455, 206-285-5455, 206-285-5455.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Guys, your testosterone level impacts your energy, drive, weight, hair loss, and even ED. Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your T level for free. For your free T level check, exam, and consultation, call 206-529-1111 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get the same breakthrough one-day treatment I received at Advanced Hair during their once yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during their best offer of the year. For details and a free consultation, call 425-449-8185, advancedhair.com.
All right, welcome back to the show. This is our daily Be Warned segment. Two things. One is a Costco warning. Did you see this one? You buy a lot of plants at Costco?
Luckily, I don't. I really don't. But I see them all the time. They're gardening, I guess, section. Live plant sales.
A lot of times
huge.
Out front, there's a lot of great stuff, like under the awning, like where you get all the baskets and stuff, or the carts. We buy a lot of trees from Costco. They have great deals on trees.
They do. They have great deals on everything.
They have great deals on
everything. I don't know if I need 17 trees, but no.
We get our trees, and I get my pants at the same place. And most of the food I eat.
And if you bought your garbage bags there, they'll come in handy with a story.
Absolutely. So apparently there is a invasive pest. It's got a heck of a name. The glassy-winged sharpshooter, which is like a leaf-hopping bug that spreads a plant-killing bacteria. So you don't want it around your stuff.
And if you bought a desert willow at Costco between June 24th and July 3rd.
What is a desert willow? I got to look up what a desert willow looks like. I wouldn't even know.
Your wife may have got... Do you guys buy a lot of plants at Costco?
Yeah, absolutely.
You really do?
Yeah.
So if you bought something between June 24th and July 3rd, and it's a desert willow specifically...
it's a beautiful plant.
It's a gorgeous plant, but it could kill every plant in your yard. This glassy-winged sharpshooter can kill grapevines, can kill decorative plants. It carries like a bacterial saliva on it that kills plants.
It's got a lovely purple flower.
It's gorgeous, but deadly.
Deadly.
Two plants.
Yeah.
Costco says if you bought one, they're sending a letter out to everyone who purchased this plant. That's the beauty of being a membership club.
Yeah.
You kind of got to sign in every time you buy something there,
so
right?
they know who bought it.
They know who bought it. And it says if you do have it.
But you might have given it as a gift. Well, I guess they would still track you down.
You'd get the letter in the mail. They say don't bring it back to the store. Put it inside a trash bag and then another trash bag. That's how invasive.
2 trash bags?
Double bag this thing.
That's
Don't bring it back to the store. Just bring the letter.
Yeah.
And they'll give you a refund for your purchase.
All because of the glassy-eyed sharpshooter?
Yeah.
That's a heck of a name. Like when you're naming a bug for the first time. Somebody had to discover that bug and they had to name it. Like somebody came up with a name for like a ladybug. They went, that's a ladybug.
That's a ladybug. Well, look how kind it is.
Look how kind, lovely. And it's got beautiful little spots.
Yeah, it's well-mannered.
It's red and we like it. Somebody sees a glassy-eyed sharpshooter and that's instantly you have a bias against it. Well, glassy-eyed sounds like a sniper's coming at you.
So is it, I think sharpshooter because it can leap so effectively from plant to plant?
I don't even think that. I just think it sounds like a deadly... glassy-winged, not glassy-eyed. Glassy-winged. The whole thing. I don't like it.
I don't either.
And it sounds like you shouldn't. So it sounds accurately named, but that poor little bug is getting a bad rap. But it sounds like an awful little pest, and I hope that they perish.
Yeah.
Every last one of them.
If you bought one, bag it, double bag it.
Bag
the other story is the outbreak of we talked about yesterday.
Cyclospora.
Yeah,
all the diarrhea that people are getting.
In 34 states now, 5,000 cases across the country. They think they may have found the culprit.
Possibly. Where is it at?
Taco Bell lettuce.
Oh no.
Yeah, yeah.
I ate Taco Bell last night.
No.
Yes. We were out late. We were running errands. We were doing stuff, and I wanted some Taco Bell.
Okay, how you feeling today, buddy? You okay? So, it takes 2 to 3 days.
You're kidding.
I'm not kidding you. I wish I was kidding you.
Well, now I'm going to feel sick.
Okay, well, your power of suggestion. Anyway,
I hope that's not the...
Taco Bell has the recalled product. They can't sell guacamole, can't sell pico de gallo, can't sell lettuce on their tacos.
I ordered extra guac.
Coming up next, Jake's lunch.
It's not coming up.
Well, coming out next.
Well, that's very disturbing.
It is.
That's a shame.
Well, at least they know, but now they know.
I'll keep
at least
you
now
up
they
to
know.
date.
Yeah, please do.
I'll let you know how that goes.
Detail. You film
I'll
a video.
Be your barometer. All right, we got a lot more coming up. We got the 1 o'clock rundown. A lot of great stories to talk about, all the way from this to that. Tons of stuff. Stick around. We'll be right back.
The Seahawks
sold. Selling price will be an NFL record $9.612 billion, according to ESPN.
What do we know about the new owners?
Vinod Khosla grew up in India, removed from technology.
I never even had a television or a telephone at home.
Has invested in a ton of companies you know of, Square, DoorDash.
Coverage continues on the home of the Super Bowl champion Seahawks. KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM and mynorthwest.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
I had pain. I had numbness in my feet. That pain and that numbness just got worse and worse and worse as time went on.
This is Greg describing life with neuropathy.
I went to 5 podiatrists, tried different treatments, tried different orthotics, tried different shoes, had cortisone shots in the tops and the bottoms of my feet. Saw a neurologist. All my medical doctors said, can't help you. Live with the pain. You're not going to be able to sleep. This is your life. And then I just gave up until I found Sound Pain Solutions.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, drug, and pain-free procedures that help neuropathy sufferers like Greg find relief.
I feel better. I mean, just feeling better is huge.
If you experience numbness, shooting or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025 or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Our local tax expert and advocate Greg Nunn understands the pressure that comes from owing money to the IRS. Don't let that pressure build. Call Nunn Better Tax Resolution. From stress to success with IRS Solutions. Google NUNN. None Better Tax Resolution.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Deep, deep discounts. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission. Free delivery. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Get any size high-efficiency AC for just $179.99 a month with zero upfront costs. CM Heating's Comfort as a Service includes lifetime repairs and annual maintenance at no extra charge. Book your free estimate at cmheating.com today.
License number CMHEAHL 751LW. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Your best source for local news. KIRO News Radio. KIRO FM and HD1. Tacoma, Seattle. Northwest News.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franz. In the U.S., carrying out new strikes in Iran, and President Trump backing away now from his plan to impose a 20% toll on ships in the Strait of Hormuz for safe passage. The president says the U.S. will be reimbursed instead for its costs through trade deals in the region. The key shipping waterway once again facing blockades. So U.S. tensions and strikes escalate, and that's leading to higher oil and gas prices. Gas Buddies, Patrick DeHaan.
I do fully expect that the national average could get close to that $4 a gallon mark in the next week or 10 days.
A rare event on Capitol Hill. Supreme Court Justices Amy Coney Barrett and Elena Kagan testifying today before House and Senate panels over the court's nearly $230 million budget request. That includes a 10% increase for security at justices' residence due to recent threats. New data showing inflation eased a bit in June from 3.5% last month compared to May. It was better than what analysts were expecting. This is ABC News. Writer E. Jean Carroll has received more than $5 million as part of a civil judgment paid by Donald Trump.
3 years after a jury found Donald Trump liable for sexually abusing and defaming E. Jean Carroll, her lawyer on Tuesday confirmed she received more than $5.6 million from the president. Trump has long fought to challenge the jury's finding, including unsuccessfully asking the Supreme Court to intervene, but a judge last week ordered that the money be transferred to Carroll after Trump fully exhausted his appeals. Carroll is still owed an additional $83 million from Trump for a separate defamation judgment, though Trump continues to appeal that case. Peter Haralambous, ABC News, New York.
And then there were four. The semifinal World Cup match between France and Spain kicking off this hour from Dallas Stadium. France looking for a victory on this Bastille Day. Earlier in Paris, a military parade celebrating the holiday of the key prison uprising that sparked the French Revolution. Michelle Franz and ABC News.
The latest crime report for Federal Way is out, and it looks positive. Details coming up. But first, a check on your KIRO News Radio traffic brought to you by Seattle Sports. Linwood, we've got a new collision. It's northbound 525, the Mukilteo Speedway at Highway 99. It's blocking your right lane right now. Just a brief backup. South 5 at the Convention Center, a disabled vehicle blocks your left center lane. That's created a bumper-to-bumper backup starting at Lake City Way. We're up to 40 minutes now from Linwood in the downtown. That is double the norm. North 5, scattered backups between the West Seattle Bridge and the Ship Canal Bridge, turns into a bumper-to-bumper backup when you reach Mercer. And South 405, we're seeing scattered crowding between Bellevue and Renton. Search Seattle Sports on YouTube and click subscribe to get fresh video content daily.
KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Good afternoon. I'm Nate Connors. Crime is down 21% in Federal Way in 2026 compared to where it was this time last year.
Motor vehicle theft dropped 54%. Residential burglary 51%. Murder is down 43% in the first 6 months of the year. The city of Federal Way is now on pace for a third straight year of double-digit crime reductions. Mayor Jim Farrell says the crime rate started dropping quickly after the legislature changed the law and once again allowed police to chase nonviolent criminals.
So we just had a real lawless environment. We had to watch them go down the road because we were literally legally prohibited from chasing them. It was cartoonish.
Within weeks, the Washington Association of Sheriffs and Police Chiefs is expected to release statewide crime numbers. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
Motor vehicle theft is down nearly 80% from where it was in 2023. The Seahawks' record-breaking sale is raising new questions about the team's future home. Experts say a new owner doesn't necessarily mean the franchise leaves Seattle, but it could mean a push for a new or upgraded stadium. University of Washington marketing professor Jeff Schulman tells KIRO 7 TV.
The conditions are right for asking for public dollars. The team's performing at a high level. There's civic pride and everything, and people don't want to see this cultural asset leave the city.
The Seahawks are under lease at Lumen Field for about 5 more NFL seasons. Pierce County prosecutors have charged a man who swiped petition signatures from a woman outside a South Pierce County Safeway. According to the News Tribune, Benjamin Lee Brown took a clipboard from a signature gatherer working to challenge the state's millionaires tax and refused to give it back. Deputies say he tossed the signatures out his truck window as he drove off. They've never been found. Brown faces 3 gross misdemeanor charges. Hot, dry, and unsettled weather moving through the state this week will ramp up the risk of more wildfires.
Fire indices for eastern Washington were already reaching some critical fire danger levels. We are also seeing a warming trend in western Washington, and with those thunderstorms that are predicted to move through, we do see an increased risk for those wildfire starts.
Ryan Rudruck with Washington Department of Natural Resources says it's critical to be aware of local burn bans and campfire safety. Just one spark can start the state's next big wildfire. He says Washington hasn't even reached the peak of fire season, but wildfire activity is already above normal. Let's check out that weather. Sunny and 83 this afternoon. We'll rinse and repeat tomorrow with increasing clouds Wednesday evening, and then those will produce isolated thunderstorms by Thursday morning, turning partly sunny by the afternoon. Thursday's high right around 77. It's sunny and 75 in downtown Seattle. I'm Nate Connors, KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO Newsradio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO Newsradio, Northwest News.
And now, it's time for the Jake and Spike Show on KIRO News Radio with your hosts, Jake Skorheim and Spike O'Neill.
Welcome back to the show. 1 hour down, 2 hours to go. Lots of great stuff to get to. You still have time to get to our question of the day, which we're going to do at 1:30. We're going to answer your responses. We'll read some of the best of those on the air. And that question, for anybody who was not with us at the start of the show, is this. We were talking about Governor Ferguson and remind me, Spike, what was the topic? I'm completely blanking.
Was it daycare fraud, right?
Daycare fraud.
There's allegations of daycare
Not Governor
fraud.
Ferguson.
That's okay. No, Fergie had a different.
A.G. Brown says that he represents the DCYF. Carlene Johnson with the Center Square, who talked to John Curley, she looked into some of these daycares, and she says it looks like fraud because they're collecting a lot of money from the state, and it doesn't appear to have any children at the daycare. So the question then becomes, should they do an investigation and find out if there is not fraud taking place? And I would love the audience to weigh in on that. Should they be investigating fraud, no matter who might be guilty? Should they be investigating fraud? The answer seems obvious.
How do you determine there isn't cause for investigation?
Without looking into it.
That's what you figure out after an investigation.
Here's the thing. I want to play you a quick clip. We didn't get a chance to get to this earlier, but I think this is relevant. Shortly after she was elected mayor, because these things are purported to be happening in Seattle. These are Seattle daycares, some of these. Mayor Katie Wilson, I believe this was in early January. She was asked on Como about some of these allegations in daycare fraud. Now, this is shortly after the Nick Shirley, Minnesota stuff that was happening. Somebody else then pointed to hey, it looks like there sure are a lot of daycares in Washington that might meet some of the same problems that we're seeing in Minnesota.
That raise the same concerns.
Same concerns.
Yeah,
so Katie Wilson was asked about this, and she just goes completely blank-faced and appears to have no interest in investigating it.
Along those lines, have you asked anyone to follow up on the fraud claims, either to the Department of Immigrant and Refugee Affairs or SPD?
No.
Just not interested. So here's the thing. There are people out there, there are local people who are in leadership in the state who are saying that this is a racial issue. I'm not so sure it is. I think it's okay if you investigate all fraud. I don't care what race anybody is. I think you should be investigating fraud across all platforms.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I agree with you completely. Now, Attorney General Brown said that the Center Square reporter came to the Attorney General's office and said, look, we have these concerns about fraud. And the Attorney General's response was, well, you can't just target one specific community. You're harassing. Knocking on people's doors and videotaping children is an investigation. So he's like, and he gave the hate crimes hotline number. So, I mean, how do you, at what point does the Attorney General investigate accusations instead of just dismissing them and coming after the investigator?
So the question for you, should they be investigating fraud? It seems like a simple question, but I'm actually interested in your response to this. Maybe you don't think it's worth investigating, or maybe you think that it's so few and far between, then why waste the time and why waste the resources doing it? We don't know. You can hit us up at the Muckleshoot Casino Resort text line, 888-973-5476. Also at 1:30, we have another story about not just these daycares, but some of these private pre-Ks that are suffering now because there is a state-funded version, and it's basically like eating their business. But we'll talk about that at 1:30. Right now, we have the 1 o'clock rundown, and we got a bunch of good stuff to get to. Basically, the idea behind this is the top stories from coast to coast. Spike and I don't pick them. We look at the 3 top stories that people are clicking on, and then we kind of get into it, and we give our opinions on these things. We try to make a little more sense of these, so hopefully we can do that. Number 1, the most clicked on story. This is the most viewed story in the country right now regarding ICE, and this is in Maine. This is in, is it Biddeford? Is that how you pronounce it?
Biddeford, Maine.
Biddeford, Maine. You have an encounter between ICE and the driver of a vehicle, which ends up turning deadly, which is, it's everybody's worst fear. You don't want that. You don't want that to happen.
Sure.
They're making a targeted arrest on somebody else. This guy was not the targeted arrest that they were going after, but he was involved in a stop, and then he ends up dead after the encounter. 26-year-old, is it Joan Sebastian? Juan?
Yeah.
I have Joan.
Yeah, it's Juan Sebastian Guerrero. It's a pronunciation I heard on numerous stories last night.
Tell me your understanding about what happened.
So, from what's been reported, there was a 26-year-old Colombian national. Pardon me. I can't believe I'm doing that.
Did you know there's a mute button?
Yeah, thanks. That should be the top story of the day. Spike
This is
at
a daily.
63 doesn't know how. No, we haven't had this in weeks and months.
No, I was making a joke.
Go ahead.
This should be a daily funny thing where you just get a call. We have
in the middle of say, hey, here's my personal number, everybody. Call me during the show. See how many times we can.
All right, pick it back up. Pick it back up.
Okay. So this Colombian national who has legally permitted to be in the country has been issued a social security number. The point being he was not the target of their stop.
Mm-hmm.
He was he was shot by ICE officers at the scene and died on the scene.
Yeah.
Married father of a 3-year-old. Initially, Homeland Security said he had used his vehicle to try to assault as a weapon. He had weaponized his vehicle.
Yeah.
Later in the day, DHS officially released a statement that he was shot because he was fleeing the scene and the ICE agents feared for public safety. That's why they chose to use deadly force.
Okay.
That's from DHS. This is a week after a gentleman was shot in Houston.
Yep.
He was an immigrant. And he was shot because allegedly he had used his vehicle as a weapon.
Mm-hmm.
The man shot in the vehicle was a 52-year-old, if I'm not mistaken. He had 3 other people in the van who were then, those 3 gentlemen were detained by ICE, and they counter ICE's assessment of the situation that he was using his vehicle as a weapon.
Sure.
They're in custody, and they're saying that that's not the case. They've lawyered up through threat of deportation.
As you would expect anybody to do.
As you would.
Yeah.
Here's my problem. Well, today the news is that ICE has suspended roadside traffic stops.
Yes.
ICE is going to. They're putting a pause.
They're still going to carry out operations,
Yeah.
but they're not going to be doing these stops.
Because it's 2 deaths in a week is a very, very bad look for ICE.
You don't want that for sure.
Here's my problem with these stories, and I think this is the big story today about these with regard to ICE and their interaction with the immigrants and the public at large. Back in April, when the massive funding for Homeland Security was passed, $70 billion for Homeland Security.
You're probably going to say the cameras.
$20 million was dedicated to body cams. This was in April.
60 days ago.
Neither of these incidents had a body cam.
Yep.
So
that's
it's
a legitimate concern.
And I
100%.
think after 60 or more days, it was in April, May, June, maybe even close to 9 days. This is a decision not to have body cams. $20 million for body cams dedicated to ICE, and every agent working ICE should have. Given the track record, 10 people have died because of ICE shootings since Trump began his second term.
Here's what
10 people.
I would caution. I hear everything you're saying, and you're not wrong.
And it's just my opinion that it's a conscious
that's
decision.
totally fine. Yeah, I would caution also because of the shutdown. Do you remember the shutdown?
Yeah.
I could see where getting some of the resources rolled out. I mean, we all know how difficult it is to do anything in government. I mean, even locally here, they said we want to start, requiring students to take a financial literacy test, and we can get that rolled out in 4 years.
Yeah, I get
it does take a long time for government to do anything. I'm not saying that's an excuse. I think 60 days should be more than enough time to get cameras to everybody because you're talking about it. Like, here's the interesting thing about body cameras: everybody wants them. The police want them. People who might end up being the victim of something that happens wrongly from on the other half of law enforcement wants cameras. We want the video evidence in the same way that we want security cameras downtown in Seattle because we want somebody who can digitally record what's happening,
right?
Who doesn't have a bias on either side. The camera is just recording what's happening.
Exactly.
It's not making a judgment. So those are you are totally right about that. The rest of the story, it's still difficult for me to, figure out where I come down on it because we have seen vehicles used as dangerous things, And, you know, the shots that were fired, at least for the Biddeford, I don't know the Houston case, but at least in the Biddeford case, shots were fired through the driver's side front windshield from a direction it looks like it was from somebody standing in front of the vehicle.
Yeah.
But it's still an ongoing investigation. It's happening in Maine. I would be interested, you know, once they have all the information come out, local police, they put the guy who did the firing, the shots.
He's on administrative leave.
They put him on leave. I think that was correct. They have the
Yeah.
local state police investigating. I think the system is working there. Obviously, you don't want that to happen, but you want the right people investigating, and I feel like that is happening in Maine right now. So I think that's good.
Everybody wants a thorough, impartial investigation.
Susan Collins reached out to Mark Wayne Mullen. She said, "Hey, we need to de-escalate this stuff. This is not right." So you have the local Republican there saying, let's ratchet this down. Yeah. And so let's let the investigation happen.
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think we agree on that one. Should we switch over to FIFA?
Sure.
Unless there's more?
No. That's. I think we covered it.
FIFA. Are you still watching? We're down to the
Final Four.
Final Four.
I tell you what, I'm hooked. I got to tell you, I'm a true believer.
So fun.
And here's what's happened with this is wonderful. They rank teams 1 through whatever in the country, 1 through 20 globally. You know, 48 teams in this expanded
1
field.
1 through 48, technically.
1 through 48, right?
Yeah.
So the top 4 internationally ranked teams in soccer are the final 4 teams in this tournament: France, Spain,
What are the odds?
Right? Argentina and England. Those are the top 4 ranked teams in the world.
Yeah.
And the final 4 have made it. That's how they were seated in the brackets, just like the NCAA does.
That's
at
how the
tournament
referees.
time.
No, just kidding.
Well, that's half the story. Is that the top 4 seeds made it through to the final 4, and it's hard to argue that the referees didn't have a hand. In England's win over Norway with the ball that struck the cable and didn't get called. Well, I mean, you name it. There have been so many calls in this World Cup where officiating has been suspect, to be kind.
I was really starting to get on the Norway train. A
lot of people
was
were.
really enjoying watching Norway. That Haaland guy or whatever his name is.
Yeah.
He's a lot of fun to watch. And so I was, and I'm Norwegian, so I felt like, okay, I can.
There's already been an increase in baby names.
Really?
Yes, Holland.
Is there a bunch of Erlings out there?
There's a bunch of Hollands out there, yeah.
That's great.
Isn't that great? So the Final Four, it's interesting because today we're looking at Spain playing France, and it's the number 1 offense in the world in France playing the number 1 defense in the world in Spain, which only allowed 1 goal in 6 matches.
Yeah.
Their goal they allowed against Belgium in the semifinals was the first goal they'd allowed in this tournament.
It's good for
Tomorrow
them.
you got Argentina and England, with
Be a good game.
what's his name?
Messi. Yeah.
He's 9 goals this tournament. He's 39
Harry Kane
years
on one
old.
side, Messi on the other.
It's going to be, it's going to be great soccer.
Do you think you'll continue watching soccer outside of the World Cup? I won't go out of my way for it. I've always enjoyed soccer.
Yeah.
And so
That's a great question. I don't know that I will. I should, because I'm enjoying the play is phenomenal. I'm assuming that, these are the best teams in the world.
Mm-hmm.
But the Seattle, we got a pretty good soccer team, the Sounders.
You know what's
got a pretty
interesting,
good team here.
These are not even these are the best
players.
These are the best players in their respective countries.
But these aren't the best teams in the world.
But the best teams in the world play
Yeah.
in the Premier League.
Right.
So if you really like good soccer, go watch the Premier League.
Right. Spain's the European champion right now. Yeah. I mean, it's like the
well, they're in La Liga. You're right. Spain is in a bunch of the players in Spain. It depends. A lot of them play in Premier League, which is in the UK.
Okay, UK.
Which is in England. But they have a bunch of different leagues. They're all very good. But these guys are phenomenal. It's a lot of fun. But I do think it's because of the hype and
that's what I was
around the World Cup. It's the tournament style.
Yeah.
It's like March Madness. I don't watch a lot of basketball outside of March Madness.
Right.
But when March Madness comes, I get very excited about college basketball.
Don't you think the World Cup should be in America every year? Or every 4 years? We have done such a job as a nation in this tournament. Everybody who's come to this country.
That's a good question.
There's a hype reel that Fox Sports put out.
Yeah.
I wish we could share, but we don't have copyright. But it's to Neil Diamond's Coming to America, right?
Yeah.
And it's literally 3.5 minutes of World Cup crowds.
It's also just a banger of a
it's
song.
a great song, but I'm watching this thing and the hair on my arm standing up.
Yeah.
If America got to host every World Cup, I know the rest of the world would never.
Yeah.
We've done such a great job.
Yeah, we've done a good job. They're not going to let us do that.
Yeah.
Because obviously they want their little piece of,
Every country wants
all
their
that
slice
FIFA
of the
stuff.
pie.
They
but
want their
we've
slice
got-
of the pie.
We've got We've got the venues.
We've
Look
got
what
the
they're
infrastructure.
playing.
We've got the
in Dallas
cameras. We've got very good cameras.
Today's
here in
game is in
America.
Dallas at Jerry World, AT&T. Tomorrow, Dallas Stadium. Pardon me, FIFA. Tomorrow's in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Which is a world-class stadium. And the finals on Sunday is at MetLife or New York, New Jersey Stadium.
We have to
for
move
FIFA.
on. We got to
Okay.
get to 3 stories. We got to get to
soccer.
we're the entertainment capital of the world.
We are.
Which is a good transition to our third story. Washington State Attorney General Nick Brown is going to join. Allegedly, he's going to be joining a group of other states that are preparing to file a antitrust lawsuit against this Paramount Warner Brothers Discovery merger that they're trying to make happen.
And the Washington it's officially they're on board. They're in.
They're on board.
Yeah.
Okay. So he'll
think
block
it's
this
11
merger, but he has
11
no
states,
interest
I
in
think.
child care fraud. Very interesting to me. What do you think about this?
It's a weird story because you're talking about two of the largest entertainment companies in the world forming and making a super entertainment company. Now, Paramount, Warner Brothers, and it's the Ellisons, right? The father and son Ellisons. That's who owns this group.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
They're
Warner
saying,
Brothers Discovery and Paramount are trying to become.
They're trying to merge. And they say they need this because they have to compete with streaming services like Apple or Netflix and those things.
Yeah.
Now, this is an antitrust lawsuit by these 11 attorneys general.
Yeah.
They say that's going to provide unfair, it's going to diminish competition, it's going to lower salaries for employees, it's going to raise costs for the consumer public. That's the attorney general's argument.
Here's a question I have for you. I would understand. I don't know who the attorney general is in Los Angeles.
In California, it's California State Attorney General.
I don't understand. I don't know who the attorney. Yeah, you're right, California State. I don't know who
Rob
the
Bonta's
attorney
his
general
name.
is
Yeah.
in New Mexico. I don't know who the attorney general is in
The other states in
Atlanta
the
or in Georgia.
Okay.
But these are all states that have infinitely more interest in production.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Washington has basically nothing. So why is Washington joining this lawsuit?
Well, Washington's there's been numerous reports that Washington wants to reinvest in their film industry.
I understand
right?
that.
There's tax incentives being put forth.
Why are they joining? Why are they joining this antitrust lawsuit?
They think it's going to be it's going to affect consumers. It's going to affect the Washington. That's why Attorney General Brown's involved. He thinks it will negatively affect Washington State consumers.
How?
Because there will be less competition among producers of entertainment.
They don't do any of that in Washington.
We're talking about you and me. What you and I have to pay for services. I mean that you're talking about. You're
I'm
in
not
the
trying
weeds
to make
now.
you make his argument, but I'm just I don't know why he's with all the busy stuff that he has to do.
Well, here's why the state's attorneys general are proposing this state.
Yeah.
They feel that the Department of Justice should have stepped in and not allowed this merger.
Okay.
Because they feel it's directly antitrust law applies directly to this merger.
Just because it creates such a behemoth,
such
of
a big company, it monopolizes the entertainment product and eliminates competition and will drive up lower salaries for employees, higher costs for consumers.
Let me ask you this question: do you think that A.G. what's his name?
Brown?
A.G. Brown, would he be joining an antitrust lawsuit if the original merger between Warner Brothers and Netflix had gone through?
Oh, I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know how that
would that
affect
be
it.
any different? Netflix is
a streaming service. From what I understand,
one of the biggest producers of stuff in the world.
From what I understand, though, this loss, and I don't. This is so weedy.
I didn't mean to trick you on that.
No, that's okay.
The reason they're doing this is because they don't like the Ellisons. That's the reason they're doing it.
Well, they're doing this because they think it provides an unfair monopoly and advantage over the industry.
The same thing could be argued if they would have successfully been able to merge, which they were trying to. Warner Brothers and Netflix were trying to merge. The Ellisons swooped in and said, "Hey, that's not even the best deal that's on the table.
Mm-hmm.
We have a better deal for the shareholders, and so we want to buy Warner Brothers." And if that Netflix and Warner Brothers deal had gone through, I would hazard a guess that these blue states that are suing for antitrust, I don't think they would have opposed that deal. But
it may be.
But you would be talking about the same basic problem that they are saying is the problem with Paramount.
Well, then the Department of Justice then should step in and have kiboshed that deal if that were the proposed deal as well, according to antitrust law.
Well, I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, what they're saying, but the Department of Justice is not stopping either one of those from happening. They would say, we would investigate this and we find that the merger seems fine in either of those cases.
Except that the top officials of the DOJ who know this type of law, antitrust law, they've been resigned or been forced out of the DOJ because they oppose this merger. The Ellisons are huge contributors to the
Trump. Did they oppose the Netflix merger? That's my question.
I don't know if it was ever got to the point of the.
It got real far.
Well, I'll look into what that is. But here's the deal: the Ellisons are heavy contributors to Trump. In fact, Ellison's an advisor to President Trump.
Yeah.
So is the president putting his thumb on the scale to approve this merger? Is the DOJ not bringing antitrust objections to this when they should? Because the attorney generals say that we're bringing this case to the DOJ, who should be.
I hear you. Would Attorney General Brown oppose a merger between Warner Brothers and Ted Sarandos, who's a huge contributor to Democratic politics? I doubt it.
I don't know.
Yeah, I doubt it.
I don't know.
Interesting stuff.
If he felt it was bad for consumers, he should. Right? That's his job, to protect Washington.
I would assume,
yeah.
Good for the goose, good for the gander, but who knows? I guess we'll never know. All right, we got a lot more coming up. We got your question of the day coming up next. All your responses. Stick around.
This hour is brought to you by Insulation Northwest.
The Seahawks sold.
Selling price will be an NFL record $9.612 billion, according to ESPN.
What do we know about the new owners?
Vinod Khosla grew up in India, removed from technology.
I never even had a television or a telephone at home.
Has invested in a ton of companies you know of, Square, DoorDash.
Coverage continues on the home of the Super Bowl champion Seahawks. KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM and mynorthwest.com.
Progressive knows it ain't easy navigating the open plains of home insurance, but there is one man who can help tame that wild herd of options. The Home Quote Explorer.
Note, Progressive's Home Quote Explorer is not a real person, but an online tool that lets you compare home insurance.
He's the type of fella who helps you decide on the right insurance, even if it ain't with him.
Again, not a person, just an online tool that helps you find great home coverage.
A real pioneer.
Okay, fine. Just do the thing. Yeah! Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This is Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. Our summertime savings event means zero down, zero payments, and zero interest for up to 24 months, backed by our unbeatable warranties. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
If your water heater's failing or running out too fast, we've got CM Heating's Comfort as a Service program. Get a new system starting at just $44.99 a month with lifetime repairs and maintenance included. Book your free estimate today at cmheating.com.
License number CMHEAHL 750LP.
Are you in pain? Have you considered surgery or even joint replacement? Hi, everybody. It's John Curley. Before you make that decision, I recommend you see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. I did, and it's been a game changer. My doctor took a look at my x-rays and said, well, looks like you need a whole new hip. And then he said, wait, how old are you? And I told him, and then he said, well, wait, you're too young for a hip. You're just going to have to, live with the pain. We'll see you in 3 years. It was horrible. Dr. Wagner is a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience performing more than 20,000 stem cell procedures, using a person's own stem cells to regenerate cartilage in their own joints. People with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, are back doing what they enjoy doing without pain and without surgery. So whether it's a hip like I had, or a shoulder, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Go to drmarkwagnermd.com.
Wow, Sarah, these window coverings are gorgeous. Did you guys do this yourself?
No way, it's all Hunter Douglas. My local expert came to our home, brought samples, and helped us see everything in our actual light, then measured perfectly and handled the installation.
If you're planning a remodel, moving into a new home, or simply ready to elevate how your space feels, Westco Blinds, your neighborhood Hunter Douglas expert, offers custom, beautifully crafted window treatments thoughtfully designed for life. Whether it's blinds, shades, shutters, or drapes, our products fit your windows perfectly. And with smart home options, you control the light and privacy with a tap or on schedule. Hunter Douglas window treatments are an investment in quality, backed by a lifetime limited warranty and ongoing support from your trusted local expert, Westco Blinds. Call now to schedule your free in-home design consultation. Call 206-285-5455, 206-285-5455, 206-285-5455.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Les Schwab Tires has always believed that taking care of people is the right thing to do. Today, that means more than trusted service. It means delivering real value, too. That's why we're lowering prices on hundreds of tires without changing the service and expertise you've always counted on. Consumer Reports named Les Schwab the best tire retailer for 2026. We'll keep working every day to earn your trust. See leschwab.com for details.
Digging in my yard, trying to lay a pipe. I hit a water line and now I have to pay a big fine. I should have called 811.
KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
At 1:30, good afternoon. I'm Tim Hole. King County Sheriff says her deputies are not working with federal immigration agents on routine matters. Patty Cole Tyndall says the department has clear instructions for how deputies handle contacts with ICE.
We do not cooperate with ICE for administrative matters.
Cole Tyndall says deputies will only assist when there's a judge-signed court order in a criminal case. And she says the county has joined lawsuits challenging federal grant conditions tied to immigration cooperation. Earlier today, ICE ordered agents nationwide to temporarily stop most vehicle stops during immigration enforcement activities. The change follows 2 fatal shootings involving ICE agents in the past week. Washington's new income tax on the state's wealthiest residents is headed for a political showdown. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey reports on the repeal campaign now underway, and Governor Ferguson urging voters to reject it.
Supporters of Initiative 645 have launched a statewide signature drive to repeal Washington's new millionaire's tax. Governor Ferguson is rallying opposition to that initiative, arguing the tax is needed to support families and businesses.
What I worry about is we won't have the resources to fund critical programs when people need them, right? That's what I worry about.
If supporters of ICE 645 gather enough signatures, voters could decide the future of the tax in the next election. Luke Ducey, KIRO News Radio.
A 37-year-old man who was severely beaten on the 4th of July remains in critical condition, and the Pierce County Sheriff's Office needs your help to find the 2 people responsible. Deputy Carly Capetto says the man was attacked at the Deer Creek Apartments near 67th Avenue East and 112th Street East in the Parkland area.
This victim was beaten very viciously. It's unknown if there were tools or weapons involved or if it was just physically by hand.
Investigators are asking neighbors to check their doorbell and surveillance cameras for any footage from that night. We will be putting up a link at mynorthwest.com where you can submit any evidence you might have. An early morning fire in Seattle's Madison Valley neighborhood is under investigation.
The entire 3rd floor of the offices have been significantly damaged. It's not safe for them to re-enter. Though for the 2nd and for the retail business on the 1st floor, that's still to be determined.
Fire broke out around 3:30 this morning along East Madison Street at 27th Avenue East. Firefighters had it under control in about 90 minutes. Nobody was inside the building when the fire started. The rebound continues at Boeing. The company delivered 171 commercial airplanes in the 2nd quarter of this year, bringing the yearly total to 314. That's an improvement over Q2 last year when Boeing delivered 150 commercial airplanes. This is the most Boeing deliveries Boeing has made in the first half since 2018. Boeing stock up 0.75% today. On Wall Street, markets closing higher today. The Dow up 9, NASDAQ up 28, and the S&P up 233. At 1:34, let's check traffic with Nate Connors.
Thanks, Tim. Linwood to Seattle has improved a half-hour commute down from 40 minutes, our last report after we cleared that stall near the convention center. We're still looking at stop-and-go volumes from 85th, though, down to I-90. North 5, scattered backups between the West Seattle Bridge and the Ship Canal Bridge. Our lake bridges are wide open. Southbound 405 is crowded from South Bellevue into Renton. Plan on 20 minutes to make this drive. North 405, you're slow through the Renton S-curves. Up north in Everett, eastbound 526, already heavy leaving the Boeing plant a little earlier than usual. And in Linwood, our earlier collision has cleared northbound 525 at Highway 99. Everywhere else is looking great. KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. I'm Nate Connors.
Your Tuesday forecast, sunshine, 78 for the high. We're almost there. It's overnight low, 58. Mostly sunny tomorrow. 84 is where we're headed. Thursday, chance for showers in the morning. Otherwise, a partly sunny afternoon. 74 for the high and 78 on Friday. Right now, it is 76 with plenty of sunshine in Seattle. I'm Tim Hull, KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
All right, welcome back to the show. We got a lot of responses to our question of the day. Let me reset the story, and then we will get to your responses to our question of the day. We started the show with this. There is a local reporter, Carlene Johnson, who works for the Center Square. She was on John Curley's show, and he had a great interview with her, and they talked about how she is investigating possible daycare fraud. Doesn't mean that it's actually happening, but she is investigating possible daycare fraud. And what she came up with in her short search, I would say, like her brief investigation of this, it looks compelling enough that I would assume that state officials would be interested to find out, like, hey, if there is fraud happening, that undercuts everyone's confidence that the system is working correctly, and we want to investigate fraud no matter where it might be found. We can all agree with that, right? That's
absolutely,
pretty sensible.
Our resources need to be managed. We need to be good stewards of our tax dollars.
If we're always being told by state lawmakers that there's just never enough money, and the result of that is they need more money from you, the taxpayer, then they should also be making sure that they're turning over every stone to investigate whether or not that, some of that money could be fraudulently spent. And that's totally fine to look into. Anyway, Carlene Johnson, talking with John Curley about looking into this, said that basically from the AG's office, she got kind of a no-go. He represents the DCYF, and he's not looking into it.
The Attorney General's client is the Department of Children, Youth, and Families. So he has to represent them and make them look good. So when we're coming after them and seeking information, that's a problem. So he has to represent them and cannot tell us. He wouldn't even tell us that they're investigating if they are investigating. And it's hidden under the guise of that's our client. He's also supposed to represent us.
All right, so then we also have this audio. This is a good audio, so we want to play it real fast. This is Carlene Johnson in a video. It looks like a conference call with State Auditor Pat McCarthy, and talking about whether or not there is missing or suspicious money going into some of these daycares. And the exchange gets a little, would you describe this as spicy? Maybe a little spicy?
It's contested.
It's contested?
Yeah.
Contested's a good word.
Yeah.
Many of them are receiving, hundreds of thousands of dollars over a few months. So that's
have you reported that to DCYF or reported
here's the thing. It's not my job. It's right there, publicly accessible information. So I would say if you're auditing these large payouts, it would make sense. It's easy to see. You go to Child Care Aware, find the address or the name of the provider. Then you go to fiscal.wa.gov, type in the name of the provider, and boom, it comes up and shows, wow, he got $250,000 in 5 months last year. And it shows he cares for 6 kids at his home.
If you have a concern, there are people that you can give that information to. Give it, send it to us. You have a credible incidents, send it to us on our Hotmail line.
Publicly reporting it. I didn't put the physical house number on there.
One thing, I'm struggling with this because I think people are jumping to conclusions because of this.
With all due respect, this doesn't look well on your office. You're doing the audit right now. I'm happy to send you the fiscal.wa.gov screenshots that show a home daycare provider that's licensed for 9, shows he's got 6 openings, so 3 kids maybe, even if he's getting the max taxpayer subsidy if you've got babies, that's $2,200 a month.
If you have that concern, you should be sending it to DCYF
And you should be investigating it, should you not?
So
It's DCYF's job to investigate allegations of criminal fraud. It's not the auditor's job to investigate. And she told her, send it to DCYF. And when she says that Attorney General Brown won't investigate DCYF, it's not Attorney General Brown's job to investigate fraud. It's DCYF's job to investigate. If DCYF says they don't...
It's not Brown's job to be part of this?
That's not what I'm seeing, no.
Well, but doesn't he represent taxpayers?
He does. Well, so here's the thing. Allegations need to be investigated. That's what we're talking about.
Well, that's what we're talking about.
Allegations. Yeah. So is DCYF saying, because my issue is DCYF saying we're seeing some overpayments, but that doesn't constitute intentional fraud.
Well, that's okay. So intentional or not, how can you prove it unless you won't know intentional
the accusation,
or not unless you look into it?
Well, the accusation is fraud, which is an intentional criminal act. If there's a clerical organizational overpayment, it doesn't constitute criminal fraud. And I get you. We should be better stewards of their tax dollars.
Johnson says that when she contacted the Attorney General's office, they said, quote, he said that's his client, DCYF, and they won't investigate. Johnson said, that's what I was told to my face. Anyway, we asked the question to the audience. We posted to the audience. We said, should they be investigating this? And you guys have a lot of responses. Jeff in Port Angeles says, if it walks like a duck and talks like a duck, it's probably fraud, which is on a pillowcase somewhere.
It's on my grandma's couch. Maureen in Shoreline says, yes, long overdue. Investigate and more importantly, prosecute if fraud is proven. I work hard, pay taxes, and loathe those who steal from taxpayers. I think we all can agree that that's how we all feel about fraud.
206 says there's one in Renton Highlands, and it's definitely fraudulent. Just to get in that place, you have to put in a code and a key card, and there's only 6 parking stalls, and there's a brand new Mercedes parked there, and all the windows are boarded up. I mean, these are obviously people texting in.
These are your feelings. These are your feelings, 206. This is not evidence of fraud, and what we're talking about is investigate. You can't say that there's no fraud unless you've done an investigation. You can't say we don't need to investigate. That just
look into
makes
it.
No
just
sense.
Make everybody feel good. Look into it.
Okay. Jeff in Bonnie Lake says, what's the number?
This one's actually not related to fraud. This
okay, my mistake. Okay, never mind. 253, Nick Brown, the AG works for the people of Washington. He shouldn't need to be reminded of this. I think he's
Fernando in Seattle. Okay, Fernando, I like you. You and I differ on some opinions sometimes, but I do like Fernando. I just wanted to say that at the outset of this little post here. He says the reporter has only investigated Somali daycare centers. Has she investigated white daycare centers for fraud? This lady peddles in racist hate mongering. Fernando, honestly, Fernando's a reasonable guy in most of his texts. I would not describe this as racist hate mongering.
Well, it's selective investigation at best. That's the same concern I expressed an hour and a half ago.
I would say the same thing that the AG is saying, where I'm not going to investigate. That would strike me also under that same headline. I would say, why are you afraid to investigate? Is it just because it might be a Somali daycare center? I don't care if the daycare center is run by a Somali daycare center or a Norwegian daycare center. I don't care.
I hear you.
If it's fraudulent, then look into it and then just verify for us, the taxpayers, that it's not fraudulent, and we can all move on. And we're happy.
The auditor looks for overpayments, like they said, and that shouldn't happen either. If there's allegations of fraud, they should be investigated by the DCYF, whatever it was.
DCYF?
DCYF, yeah, I got it right. That's who's supposed to investigate fraud. They should investigate them.
But here's the thing. If the DCYF is the party responsible for these payments...
If the auditor says there's payment, yeah.
The auditor needs to be part of that process, because they're the ones who should be following where the money goes. And the AG needs to be part of that process, because his office would be the ones prosecuting. So they do all need to be involved. I disagree that it's only DCYF, because then you're asking them to police themselves. And we've done the largest payer of lawsuits out for mismanagement is DCYF. We've talked about that in the show.
Absolutely.
I mean, to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars. So I don't necessarily trust that they're going to get this right. I think it needs somebody like the AG's office, and it needs a state auditor. That would be my opinion on these. Can we do this daycare thing when we come back? We haven't had a chance to get to it yet, but the state's transition to kindergarten program?
Yes, absolutely.
Let's get to that when we come back, and it's very interesting. The state wants to invest money into a pre-K program. Local businesses who run pre-K programs are saying, hey, you're killing our business here by running a cheaper state version. We'll get into some of the details when we come back. Stick around.
KIRO News Radio, the first place you turn for the news you trust.
State Senator Jamie Peterson drafted one of the state's most progressive taxes to date, the income tax on millionaires.
Engaging conversation.
We pay teachers the fourth highest of any state in the country.
And your Super Bowl champion Seahawks.
The Seahawks, they're bringing it home again.
Streaming everywhere on the KIRO News Radio app. Always here, always with you. KIRO News Radio, 97.3 FM.
Integrity Roofing and Construction is your trusted local roofing team. The summer is here. Is your home ready for the summer heat? Is your insulation up to speed? Integrity can tell you, how'd your home do in the rain season? Did you get a leak you didn't know about? Call Integrity at 206-202-ROOF and schedule a free video inspection, free roof assessment. They can do repairs, replacements, full restorations. They can do it all. They're an incredible team. They do incredible work. IntegrityRC.com is the website. There are hundreds of reviews. One of them's mine. 206-202-ROOF and online IntegrityRC.com.
Did you know that 4,000 women are diagnosed with breast cancer every year in Washington state? I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda with Northwest Hope and Healing. We provide financial support for breast and gynecologic cancer patients in our community. Join us at Life in Color, a summer brunch, auction, and fashion show on August 23rd at the Somme Hotel in Woodinville for an unforgettable afternoon of inspiration. Get your tickets now for Life in Color on August 23rd at nwhopeandhealing.org. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
Progressive knows you've got plenty of things to worry about.
What time does the kids' practice end? How long has that check engine light been on? Are takeout containers microwave safe?
So the last thing you should have to worry about is what to do if something unexpected happens on the road. That's why if you're ever in a major accident, Progressive's accident response can detect it and send help. It's just one less thing to worry about.
How long does chicken last in the fridge?
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Limited availability in California. Driver is responsible for emergency and towing charges not covered by the policy.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Those words weren't written for history books. They were written for you. But it's hard to pursue happiness when aging is part of everyday life. John Curley here. Longevity Medical Clinic was created to help people with overall wellness and longevity, including diabetes management, heart health, weight management, inflammation reduction, nutrition, cognitive health, hormone therapy, and more. I can tell you from personal experience being a patient for 17 years, I have a richer, fuller life, and I'm better able to pursue my own happiness. As America celebrates 250 years of independence, give yourself the chance to reclaim yours. Independence from aging. Take control of your health before small issues become big problems. Experience a smarter, proactive approach to aging, backed by decades of experience with longevity. Do what I did and feel like yourself again. Get your free health analysis at Longevity Medical Clinic. Find out how at lmclinic.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and